The Greeks invented monotheism. It systematically went through every ancient Near Eastern law, every biblical law, and every Greek law, compared them to see which one the biblical law came closest to. Now, Plato said, if you're going to create a nation, you want it to last forever and the citizens to be obedient. What you have to do, convince them that their laws were given by a god in ancient times and that they had never been changed from then till now, so that the whole citizenry superstitiously inclined to believe and accept them and never revolt against them. So he said you have to create that illusion any way possible, because Minos of Crete and Lycurgus of Sparta and other Greek lawgivers with the most successful, long-lasting constitutions, they were the ones that said our laws came from Zeus or our laws came from the Oracle of Delphi. You have to convince them that you have this body of divinely inspired law. Ptolemy II Philadelphus contacted the authorities in Jerusalem, and they sent 72 elders a copy of the books of Moses to translate into Greek for the Great Library. The books of Moses being written around 270 BC at the Great Library of Alexandria, using a lot of Greek sources that were found.
Russel Gmirkin, who is a trailblazer in some new ideas concerning the Hebrew Bible, and I would say you put some pieces together that most people haven't been able to put together, but it makes really good sense. And what I'm speaking about is related to the book that you wrote called Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible. Why don't you just give them a little rundown on what this is?
Sure. I've done a lot of research on Greek sources used in the Hebrew Bible, also known as the Jewish Bible or the Old Testament. A lot of people don't realize that the authors of the books of Moses were very well read. They knew Greek literature. They drew on Plato and Berosus and Manetho and all sorts of Greek authors, as my research and that of others has shown in, say, the last 20 years. The implications are pretty amazing in that it means that the books of Moses were written a lot later than people used to imagine. My research has pointed to the books of Moses being written around 270 BC at the Great Library of Alexandria, using a lot of Greek sources that were found there by a team of the same team of Jewish scholars and Samaritan scholars that later legend said came to Alexandria at the invite of King Ptolemy II to translate the books of Moses into Greek. Well, I was able to, in my first book, Berosus and Genesis, I was able to narrow the date of the books of Moses to practically exactly the same year that we know the Septuagint was translated.
Wow.
And so that led me to conclude that these were the same people. The people that legend said translated into Greek were the same people who, wrote it 5 minutes earlier or whatever.
Right.
So that's the thrust of my research. And in the book Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible, I specifically look into the laws of Moses to show that they came from Greek sources and specifically from a book of Plato's called Plato's Laws. So in a nutshell, that's the research I've been up to in the last 20 years.
So that's fascinating. So let's play this tape through. Okay. So let's talk about this for a second. Alexander the Great. It's the 330s, late 320s BC,
Right.
And he is invading the world. He's leaving Greece. He's going into Egypt. He's going into Syria, Turkey. and he's on his way to Babylon. If he goes into Judea, what does he find there? Does he find a priestly class that has scrolls? What is going on at this time? Compared to what you think.
Well, the best contemporary evidence for the state of Jewish literature around that time is the Elephantine papyri of about 450 to 400 BC. This was a military colony of Jewish and Aramean soldiers in Egypt. They were in correspondence with Jerusalem. They consulted them on religious issues. They consulted them when their temple was burned down by the Egyptians, and they asked Jerusalem for permission to build a new temple of Yahweh. So, which the people in Jerusalem, the high priests and whatever, they gave them permission. So you don't have Deuteronomy, that's for sure. And in fact, in all the Elephantine papyri, there's no reference to Moses, Abraham, David, any biblical figure.
Wow.
There's no reference to Mosaic law. There was a 7-day week, but this one ostrakon, or a broken pottery sherd with writing on it, has this employer tell his employee, you offload those vegetables on Saturday or I'm going to kill you. So they had work on this, on what later became the Sabbath.
Wow.
They had a Passover and days of unleavened bread, but it didn't involve Moses or the Exodus. It was just an agricultural feast. So all of that shows that towards the end of the Persian period, just before Alexander the Great, they didn't have any writings. They didn't have Moses, none of that. So there weren't a bunch of scrolls, 100 years later, 120 years later, at the time that I posit that the books of Moses were written.
Okay. Are you familiar with I think it's called the Stele of Meshe? It's a Moabite rock.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, where does this fit in? Because I believe, if I'm not, I could be wrong. I believe it mentions the House of David on this thing, or maybe he doesn't. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, that would be the Tel Dan inscription.
Okay.
That some people say mention the House of David, Bet David. Although when I inspected that inscription in 1997 in the Israel Museum, I found some indications that maybe it was a forgery.
Wow.
Because the Tel Dan stela is broken, and sometimes the letters appear to go onto the break, and sometimes because they were being careful, the letters approach the break but stop short. So you have an incomplete letter that doesn't reach the edge because they're afraid of ruining a great word. Wow. So
interesting.
So that's probably mine is probably the best challenge to the authenticity of the Tel Dan inscription. Although I wasn't able to inspect it outside of the plastic shielding, so my conclusions are not definitive. But
sure.
But the Mesha stela, or the Moabite stela, it's also called. It was I think 700s BC, found in the ancient kingdom of Moab, and it refers to the house of Omri and Israel, and it even refers to the tribe of Gad, which is one of the 12 tribes of Israel, except that it says that Gad was Moabite for as long as anyone could remember. So it doesn't quite match up with the biblical account, but it does verify. It's a contemporary record of Omri, who's one of the kings in the book of First Kings, and things like that. Important inscription.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see that. And so then with that being said, you got this great library in Alexandria and this city's built by the Ptolemies, who are the successors of Alexander. There's a lot of wealth, a lot of money put into the city, a lot of knowledge being brought to this city. So how do you get from? My question is this. This is my big question. Hopefully you can answer this. Well, how do you get this philosophy that seems to line up with the Babylonian Hammurabi's eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth in the Torah section? And then how does that? So if you're Hellenized, if the world's becoming Hellenized, how does the Hebrew Bible go with that rather than go with like the laws that you see from not Minos? Is it Minos? Minos is a lawgiver.
Minos was a lawgiver on Crete, I think, or
yeah. Okay, so that's what or maybe Solon, but I'm thinking of those guys. How do you get those comparisons?
Yeah, well, the book Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible, it systematically went through every ancient Near Eastern law, every biblical law, and every Greek law, compared them to see which one the biblical law came closest to. And in a lot of cases, it was Greek law, specifically Athenian law, and a lot of times Plato's laws. But there were also cases where it followed the ancient Near Eastern law codes, the law code of Hammurabi, Middle Assyrian laws, the law of Eshnuna, a sprinkling of different ancient Near Eastern law codes. So you have these old and you have the new. Now, Plato said,
"You're using cinnamon wrong and your blood sugar is paying the price." Let me explain. This isn't your typical herbal book. It's a manual. Digestion issues? Flip to the gut section.
When you create, in the book Plato's Laws, he said, if you're going to create a nation and you want it to last forever and the citizens to be obedient, what you have to do is you have to convince them that their laws were given by a god in ancient times and that they had never been changed from then till now, so that the whole citizenry will be superstitiously inclined to believe and accept them and never revolt against them. So he said you have to create that illusion any way possible, because Minos of Crete and Lycurgus of Sparta and other Greek lawgivers with the most successful, long-lasting constitutions, they were the ones that said our laws came from Zeus, or our laws came from the Oracle of Delphi, or whatever. So he said you have to convince them that you have this body of divinely inspired laws. And he also said that in order to support that illusion, that you should look into all the local customs, the local temples, the local altars, local priesthoods, and get them all on board and incorporate as much of that old stuff as possible to support the illusion that your new laws that you just introduced in 270 BC actually date to 1400 BC or whatever. So you see a lot of old stuff in the books of Moses, as much as they could cram in there. And clear in the Hellenistic era, they still had memories of the law of Hammurabi and some of these ancient Near Eastern law codes. The people who had that memory were these. In 725, Samaria, the northern kingdom, fell to the Assyrians. And the Assyrians took the ruling class and they carted them off to, Media and whatever places. And then, according to that same policy, a few years later, Babylon rebelled against Assyria. So they took their ruling class and they transported them to Samaria and settled them.
Wow.
which is recorded in the Book of Kings and elsewhere. So you have this the intellectual elites, the ruling class in Assyria, were these Babylonian kings and priests and scholars and really smart, educated people. And of course, they had all sorts of memories of Babylonian traditions, including Babylonian laws, laws of Hammurabi, all the rest. That Babylonian population, it didn't die out, it didn't disappear. A lot of scholars today act as though it did and that they were assimilated into the local population. Well, ruling classes, they never assimilate. They try and preserve their power, their education, everything special about them, and they persist through time. And with them, these Babylonians preserved all sorts of Babylonian traditions, including legal traditions and others. So and then they became part of the Samaritans, and the Samaritans helped, along with the Jews, they helped write the books of Moses. A lot of recent scholarship says that the Samaritans, had the major role in writing the books of Moses.
Wow.
I mean, why do you have 12 tribes of Israel, of which only one is Judah?
Right.
All the rest of them are from Samaria.
Wow.
And Judah has a very minor role. Gerizim, which is where the Samaritan temple was, it's mentioned in Deuteronomy. Ebal, which is another Samaritan site, it's mentioned in Deuteronomy. So there's lots and lots of indicators that the Samaritans really had more to do with writing the books of Moses than the Jews did.
Do you think this plays into the priestly sources versus the Yahweh sources? Is there some sort of, is the Sumerians and the Judeans, is that what that is, or is that just completely unrelated?
Well, Richard Elliott Friedman, he says that the Yahwist is mostly Southern traditions. He associates that with Judea.
Judah, yeah.
Judah. And that E, the Elohist, was a Northern tradition. So those stories probably came from the Northern territories.
Yeah.
And as far as the priestly tradition, everybody, all scholars today pretty much say, well, the priestly tradition, that represents the Jewish temple and the Jewish priesthood and all of that. Why is that? Why not the Samaritan priesthood? Why not the temple of Gerizim? Why not their traditions? The animals sacrificed in the book of Leviticus, cows and sheep and doves, bones from all of those have been found by archaeologists on Mount Gerizim. So we know that they were doing the same religious laws.
Yeah.
So really the priestly tradition could also be Northern and Samaritan as well. There's no reason to associate it with Jerusalem or the Jews, in my opinion.
Interesting. When you read Josephus, when he talks about the creation of the Septuagint, he mentions that it's Philadelphia, Ptolemy Philadelphus, and they take 70. I think Philo writes about this too. They take 70 Jews and bring them over to Ptolemy, and all of them come up with the same story, the same reputation. What do you think this has anything to do with? What do you think this has to do with with your theory? And is this sort of a fabrication of what happened?
Well, it's legend. I mean, it goes back to a document called the Letter of Aristeas, which was written around 150 BC by a Jewish philosopher named Aristobulus, who was living in Alexandria. And he wrote this story about the Septuagint translation and how Ptolemy II Philadelphus contacted the authorities in Jerusalem, and they sent 72 elders to and a copy of the books of Moses to translate into Greek for the Great Library. So, in my opinion, the 70, which is what the word Septuagint means, it just means 70. This is a reference to the Jewish Senate, which we know from rabbinical sources. Different sources say they had 70 or 71 or 72 members. You know, there were 70 plus the Sagan plus the high priest makes 72 altogether. And the books of Moses wrote this 70-member Senate into the book of Exodus when it had the 70 elders visiting Mount Sinai to receive the laws. So it was kind of a self-reference there, which is kind of cool.
It is cool.
So there weren't, you know, in this letter of Aristeas, these 70 scholars, they translated parts of the books of Moses in pairs, and amazingly, when they compared them, they were word for word identical. You know, a miracle. Philo says that these 70 translators were as inspired as the 70 elders on Mount Sinai, and they had a yearly festival in their honor in Alexandria. The local Jewish community did. But you know, this was legend. These 70 scholars, there probably weren't 70 scholars. First off, we know that there weren't 70 translators as a Septuagint. There were like 2 or 3, because Septuagint scholars can track the vocabularies, and they have a great handle on that. So that's legend. And there probably weren't 70 scholars at Alexandria either, but the Senate, or the 70, they authorized this official expedition to Alexandria. And so they were given the credit for authoring these books of Moses and the translation. The word 70 probably comes off of the manuscript tag of the Septuagint translation itself at the Great Library of Alexandria. There was a gentleman named Callimachus, who was the inventor of library science at Alexandria at that time. And he invented this system where every book was in the library catalog, and it listed the author, the number of lines, where it was written, all of that sort of stuff. So in my opinion, this manuscript tag and the catalog entry claim that the authors of the books of Moses were the 70, you know, the Jewish Senate. And then in later times, since they didn't want to claim authorship, they claimed Moses wrote all of these books. So they demoted themselves to translators. And so in later times, the legend arose how they were the translators of the Hebrew Bible. But so anyway, that's my take on the whole 70 thing.
Wow, that's interesting. So and that's funny because the Senate that's an Athenian tradition itself.
Yes.
So the fact that you have a Senate of 70 Jews, right there, you're off the bat, you're already working within a Hellenized mindset to have that.
Yes.
That is fascinating.
And in fact, in Plato's laws, his Senate or ruling council was called the Nocturnal Council because they met at nighttime, or at least they started before. A theory of the origin of the universe. And one problem that they worked on was, how did the universe start in motion? Especially since motion is what created the cosmos, in their opinion. Anaxagoras thought that the spinning of the cosmos, or the material, it threw out the stars and the moon and the sun, and he had all of these. He used a lot of physics and observation to figure out how the observable world came into existence. But motion, that was a problem. But all the Greeks believed that anything that could move itself, propel itself, was alive and had intelligence and soul. They looked at themselves first of all. Uh, Nothing pushes us around. It's our own intellect. We decide to, go get a cup of coffee or whatever. Um, so they attributed the motion of the earliest universe to an intelligence, a divine intelligence, God in some form. At the beginning of the universe, he set things in motion, um, and then the universe evolved from there. So a lot of the natural philosophers said there was a single cosmic intelligence, a divine intelligence, a God who
34 years ago, I went through a terrible divorce, and I was left with 25.
existed at the start of everything. Um, and so it's just,
Demiurgos. Is that, if I'm not mistaken, that's what they called it. Demiurge.
yes, that's what Plato called the demiurge, the craftsman. He was from the eternal realm. He created the cosmos. He was a monotheistic god, basically, at
Very
that
much.
time.
Yeah.
And then in Plato's Timaeus, he said, okay, the demiurge, he created the cosmos. It was perfect. It was wonderful and eternal, because everything that the demiurge creates is necessarily perfect and eternal. But then there's these pesky humans. They're not eternal. They're not good necessarily. So his demiurge couldn't have created them. So in Timaeus, he said, okay, well, the demiurge, this eternal cosmic monotheistic God, had all sorts of offspring, the sons and daughters of Greek myth. And he said, that's who created mortal life, all these dinky gods running around below. So there was monotheism at the very start, and then that monotheistic God retired from the scene, like the God in Genesis 1. 6 days, that's it, I've had it, I'm retiring. And let the local gods take over. So there's monotheism at the start and polytheism afterwards.
It almost makes you wonder if this Neo-Pythagorean, the monad, splitting into two, becoming a decad, and then that becoming 3, 5, 7, 12, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if there's a mathematical reason for this soul mover, if that has some influence into this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, all that Gnosticism, the Neoplatonists, and earlier and later, it all ultimately comes from Plato's Timaeus.
Yeah.
And he was really heavy into numbers.
Yeah.
He was also into spheres, as the perfect shape, and geometry, and all sorts of stuff. So a lot of that came from Pythagorean mysticism.
Yeah. And then you had the Tetragrammaton with the Jehovah. We say Jehovah, but that's not really that's not really his name. It's really Yod He Vav He. It's a Tetragrammaton. It's actually a quad. There's 4 letters, and that's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be the vowels aren't supposed to be added. We started this later on. So I almost wonder if that's sort of a play on this sort of monotheistic God as number type thing. And then even going back to Hesiod mentions something that's pretty peculiar, where he says, like, in the beginning, chaos ruled.
Right.
And sort of from that is when you get all the, like you said, after that sentence, then you get into all these playful, dinky gods. But like, it all starts from this sort of top.
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah. Chaos was in Hesiod. In his theogony, we don't know if chaos was eternal or, but he existed. And then the next 2 gods were heaven and earth, Ouranos and Ge, who were his offspring, and then the rest descended from there. And all these rest of these dinky gods. My latest book, which is called Plato's Timaeus and the Biblical Creation Accounts, and I just approved the final proofs and mailed out the index, so it's going to get published in the next month or two. It goes into Genesis 1 through 3, actually Genesis 1 through 11, to show how it's based on Timaeus. And you have the creator God of Genesis 1 is the same as Plato's demiurge, the eternal cosmic monotheistic God, necessarily. So his demiurge couldn't have created them. So in Timaeus, he said, okay, well, the demiurge, this eternal cosmic monotheistic God, had all sorts of offspring, the sons and daughters of Greek myth. And he said, that's who created mortal life, all these dinky gods running around below. So there was monotheism at the very start, and then that monotheistic God retired from the scene, like the God in Genesis 1. 6 days, that's it, I've had it, I'm retiring. And let the local gods take over. So there's monotheism at the start and polytheism afterwards.
It almost makes you wonder if this Neo-Pythagorean, the monad, splitting into two, becoming a decad, and then that becoming 3, 5, 7, 12, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if there's a mathematical reason for this soul mover, if that has some influence into this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, all that Gnosticism, the Neoplatonists, and earlier and later, it all ultimately comes from Plato's Timaeus.
Yeah.
And he was really heavy into numbers.
Yeah.
He was also into spheres, as the perfect shape, and geometry, and all sorts of stuff. So a lot of that came from Pythagorean mysticism.
Yeah. And then you had the Tetragrammaton, with the Jehovah. We say Jehovah, but that's not really that's not really his name. It's really Yod He Vav He. It's a tetragrammaton. It's actually a quad. There's 4 letters, and that's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be the vowels aren't supposed to be added. We started later on. So I almost wonder if that's sort of a play on this sort of monotheistic God as number type thing. And then even going back to Hesiod mentions something that's pretty peculiar, where he says, like, in the beginning, chaos ruled.
Right.
And sort of from that is when you get all the, like you said, after that sentence, then you get into all these playful, dinky gods. But like, it all starts from this sort of top.
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah. Chaos was in Hesiod. In his theogony, we don't know if chaos was eternal or, but he existed. And then the next 2 gods were heaven and earth, Ouranos and Ge, who were his offspring, and then the rest descended from there. And all these rest of these dinky gods. My latest book, which is called Plato's Timaeus and the Biblical Creation Accounts, and I just approved the final proofs and mailed out the index, so it's going to get published in the next month or two. It goes into Genesis 1 through 3, actually Genesis 1 through 11, to show how it's based on Timaeus. And you have the creator God of Genesis 1 is the same as Plato's demiurge, the eternal cosmic monotheistic God. And then Yahweh, he's one of the dinky gods running around on earth.
Yeah.
He's one of the sons. And God, Genesis 6 talks about the sons of God.
Yeah.
Yahweh was one of them.
Yeah. And it's funny because the idols that you find in Canaan, when archaeology goes and digs up these idols, Yahweh is just one of the bunch of many all these little gods like Asherah, Yahweh, El. He's just
Yeah.
all these he's just one of many.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 32, I think it is, says that Yahweh is one of the offspring of El Elyon, God the Most High,
Yeah.
who was the head of the 70 gods in the Canaanite
70.
pantheon.
You notice that?
70.
And it's
Yeah.
like they're trying to imitate heaven. There's that of what is above, so below mentality of the ancient world, where you sort of you run your Senate the way heaven should be run.
Yeah.
So the Senates have 70 members. Heaven has 70 gods.
Yeah.
It sort of lines up. And by the way, I have to say, when I read Timaeus, the language does very similar to Genesis language.
Mm-hmm.
The sort of in the beginning, it was,
Yeah.
it's just very, the language sounds very similar.
Yeah. Yeah. Genesis in the beginning. That's the Greek in the Septuagint translation of Genesis 1. And they Septuagint scholars know that the translators of Genesis 1 read Plato's Timaeus because they use some of the same special words and phrases. So my book is showing, yeah, the translators used Timaeus. So did the authors. Same group, same translators, same everything. Yeah, so you have another thing that's interesting in terms of Hesiod and his theogony, where chaos begot heaven and earth. In Genesis 2, verse 3, you have a statement, the generations of the heaven and earth. Later on in Genesis, you have sections called the generations of Adam, the generations of Noah, the generations of so-and-so. Each one of them is talking about major figures in the past and their descendants. Well, here you have heaven and earth as who are gods as well as physical entities. Genesis is talking about the book of especially in the Greek, the book of the generations of heaven and earth. It's a theogony, just like in Plato's Timaeus and in Hesiod's theogony.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of really interesting Greek stuff going on in Genesis, and the Hebrew Bible didn't start out monotheistic; it started out polytheistic. And in Genesis, none of the gods are bad either; they're all good guys. It's only in Exodus through Joshua that you get Yahweh saying, "Don't worship anybody but me. I'm a jealous God. The other gods are wicked and their cults are abominable, and only worship me." Plato said specifically, the gods are not jealous. They all get along.
That is such a good point.
Yeah, yeah. So Exodus kind of overthrew the philosophy you find in Genesis.
Wow. Never thought about that. So, and I want to ask you this. If you're reading, I don't know if you probably read the Greek Alexander romance,
Yeah.
where Alexander's he's sort of going through the world, and he's paying attention to the oracle of Ammon, but it's no different than an oracle from Zeus or Serapis or Mithra. It's almost like this concept of divine providence. It's like, depending on where he's at, what location of the world he's in, whatever god, whatever oracle he's at, it's all the same God. It's like a monotheistic attitude. And then he even has this meeting with the Jews where he sort of talks to them and says, "Your God is my God," and blah blah blah. And he sort of just kind of goes through that with that attitude. I almost wonder if I know the sources for the Alexander romance are lost, and it's been passed down, and what we have is from like the 1st century BC. But it almost makes you wonder if there is something there that goes back to this time period where these books were written. I don't know if you think. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I discussed Alexander Romance a little bit in my earlier book, Brosis and Genesis. It's thought that the earliest version of the Alexander Romance probably was written in Alexandria around the 270s BC. I think by, I have to look it up.
Castellanus.
Not Callimachus, but one of those who was in Alexander's circle and wound up in Alexandria.
Hey, I think it was Castellanus.
Yeah, I could look it up. Well, I'd look it up.
Yeah, I can do it.
Except we're going to have this phenomenon happening. No, we're not. Usually, my book disappears on a green screen.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent.
Yeah, it's a pseudo Castellanus.
Pseudo
Castellanus. I can't pronounce it.
Right. And he probably drew on
Callisthenes. That's what it is.
Pseudo Callisthenes is how I pronounce it.
Okay,
but,
you got it.
I don't really speak Greek or Hebrew. I just read it a little bit.
Yeah.
But he probably drew on a guy named Plutarchus, who was someone in Alexander's circle and who wound up in Alexandria. So so there's links. It goes back there.
Right. And that's why I'm saying and they use the word amen as in when he's praying and he's giving oracles, and the word amen, I don't know about you, but I've been trying to find where this word comes from.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a mystery.
It's not a Hebrew word. It's not Hebrew. It's not Greek. It's not. Where does it come from? I mean, what if it is from the god Ammon? And here's why I say that. You ready for
Although there's two mems in Amen and only one M in Amen. So
yeah, but it's a different language though. And plus, when you go from a language that doesn't use vowels like Egyptian and Hebrew, anything could get changed up. You could add O's and E's and A's, and all of a sudden you're changing the word around. But but forget about all that. This is what led me to think that there's in the book from Plutarch called On Isis and Osiris. There's a paragraph in there where he says that the god Ammon, when the Egyptians are trying to invoke the hidden, they call on Ammon. So Ammon is like when you're invoking the invisible spirit, you say Ammon. And I'm wondering if this comes from Alexandria.
Well, that theory is I will say it is as good as any I've heard.
Because we really can't tell. It's all guess.
Yeah.
But I will say this though, as far as me guessing this and not being able to prove it, what other source about that word do we have other than Plutarch's On Isis and Osiris? We have nothing else that's even close to trying to understand where that word comes from. So I don't know. I think it's close enough to me that you could at least should be taken seriously. That's what I think. But like you said, who knows? No one knows.
There's intersections of Egyptian traditions and biblical traditions. Some of the proverbs came from Egypt. That's well known, and a couple of the psalms also came from Egypt. So it's conceivable, and there's a few Egyptian names in Genesis and Exodus. So, and it was written in Alexandria, so there could have been some input from some of the locals.
Yeah, and there's another passage in the Greek Alexander Romance that talks about it sort of describes this sort of society where like iron workers and stonemasons and painters, they would all get together and they would trade amongst themselves. And sort of describes this sort of like what we would now call the Masonic order, but like not Masonic, but whatever it was called back then. And it just sounds like there was this, whatever was happening in Alexandria at that time period was this cultural like, mashing of ideas, which gave us all these religions, all these philosophies. I would even willing to say that there's sort of a proto-Christianity evolving from this.
Well, that's a theory that's been put forward, and it's usually formulated like this. A scholar named Michael Lockwood, he had argued that, okay, in India, they had Buddhism, and there was king, I think his name was Asoka, something like that.
Ashoka, yep.
And he, it's in one of his stela or inscriptions, he sent out a delegation to the Mediterranean world, and they went to all the major cities, including Alexandria. So you have Buddhists in missionaries, basically, in Alexandria in the 270s BC, around the same time as the Torah, maybe a little bit later.
Wow.
And we know that in the kingdom of Marawe, I don't know how it's pronounced, which is up the Nile, there's Buddhist statuary that comes from that general period. And there's traditions, there were Buddhists in Egypt.
Right.
So then Lockwood and others have suggested that Philo describes a group called the Therapeutes who were living in Alexandria. They had a kind of a communal existence. He called them pacifists, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. And anyway, there's a lot of features of the Therapeutes that are reminiscent of Buddhism. And there's theories that then in turn influenced Christianity, that some of the early Christians came from Egypt. So, there could have been some pathways for all of this cultural intermixing and influences on a large scale. It's conceivable.
And then
Lockwood freaked out when he read my book, Process and Genesis, and found out my discussion of the Jews in Alexandria at virtually the same time. So,
and that's amazing. And when you factor that into the volumes of writings from Philo, so Philo has all these ideas floating around about God being a Trinity, God being of nature of three, the Logos being the divine heir of all things. Like, what? That sounds like Christianity right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Then you factor in when the first century comes around, right before the time of Jesus, so the first century BC, you get the school of Hillel, which the founder of that school, his name's Hillel, he's quoted of being asked, what is the whole Torah? And he tells the person to treat people the way you want to be treated. That is the whole Torah. So you already have that influence of Judaism happening. Plus, when you factor in the rabbinic Judaism,
where have I heard that before?
Right. And then go fast forward a century later, where past the temple being destroyed, you get this new sort of rabbinic Judaism, where it's like it's based on the Talmud, where it's back and forth dialogue. What does the back and forth dialogue sound like? That sounds like Platonic.
It's been argued that that's dialectic, and that these are fictional conversations between rabbis of the past, just like Plato wrote these fictional conversations between Socrates and different people back then.
And the profound thing about the Talmud is when you read these dialogues, you're reading something that has an esoteric philosophy baked inside of it. It's not just a mundane conversation. It's a profound conversation that has to do with some sort of teaching within it. And a lot of it's very deeply esoteric, secretive stuff, which is what the Platonic dialogues were trying to do. So you can see the influence between the Platonists and the Jews happening even after the Torah, even after the Old Testament, into the age of the New Testament. And to me, Christianity, it seems like it's like another layer of what already happened, if that makes sense.
Sure, and well, certainly the Christian ideas of heaven and hell, purgatory, all of those come right out of Plato.
Kingdom of Uranus, that's the kingdom of heaven, just like in Plato.
Yeah. And, he postulated this divine realm that was beyond the material realm, where the gods resided and where humans could hope to reside if they were philosophers and perfect and virtuous. That's heaven. And then he talked about the underworld and Tartaros and the people who were wicked but redeemable. They'd just be tormented for 1,000 years and then they get another chance. But some people were so bad they would just reside in Hades or Tartarus forever. This is all straight up Christian doctrine. I mean, they get it all from Plato. It's not in the Hebrew Bible. A little tiny bit of it is in the books of Enoch. But Plato, he cast a long shadow.
The last thing I want to touch on before we close out is what are some of the other, you got I think his name is Thales. How do you say it? Thales. He was if I'm not mistaken, he was a monotheist. Or if he wasn't, he was very close, that he talked about God coming from one.
Possibly. There were a few of them who were monotheistic, pretty explicitly so. Let's see. I think it was who was it? Well, yeah, a number of the Greek philosophers were basically monotheists. Several of them were tried as atheists.
Oh, yeah.
Because they believed in one God. And that's atheism if you don't believe in the whole polytheistic pantheon.
That's actually a really good point, because Socrates, his charges for when he was killed, when he was executed, was not only atheism, but for importing. How can you be both an atheist and two, importing foreign gods? What does that sound? That doesn't make sense. So what I think really happened was he wasn't really an atheist. I think he was sort of subscribing to the Platonic, or what we would call the Jewish gods, or the Jewish God was what he was believing in, which is probably what happened. Because if he wasn't believing in Zeus and Poseidon, literally, like I like to point to the Cicero's On the Nature of the Gods, where he has the dialogue between the Epicureans and the literalists, who think that literally Poseidon's in the water right now. Well, Socrates probably was more of he probably thought of these gods as not being literal, but as like allegorical and symbolic for the one true God, or the one true divinity. So that could be why he got put on trial.
Certainly, the Stoics believed exactly as you said. They, it's a big problem among the philosophers. How do you investigate this cosmic, eternal God and not get charged for atheism? Like Anaxagoras, he had to flee Athens into exile, or else he would have been executed. Socrates, one of the things against him was that he was a fan of Anaxagoras, and so, but Socrates chose not to leave Athens and drink hemlock instead. But he claimed that he worshipped Apollo and all the regular gods, and he had no problem with any of them. He did believe in the supreme intelligence, and he also claimed individual inspiration from his genius. which was a spirit or voice that would talk to him occasionally and warn him of things.
Yeah.
Sometimes he'd just kind of go into a trance, according to some reports.
Wow.
And so he may have been schizophrenic. He may have had auditory hallucinations. That's one theory. So, what they said that his genius, his personal angel guide, as you were, that this was a new god, and therefore you can't introduce new gods to Athens, and therefore you have to drink hemlock.
Wow. Yeah.
Um,
Xenophanes is his quote is a quote from him saying that one God, greatest among gods and humans,
yes.
like mortals, neither in form nor in thought.
Yeah.
He called it a first mover, like Thales of Miletus.
Yeah.
Which is so. Yeah, these are ideas that are ancient, and they're not just from the Near East. They're from the Hellenized world.
Yeah, they're not at all from the Near East. The Greeks invented monotheism, and this cosmic, perfect God. It was introduced to the Jews via Genesis 1, which was based on Timaeus. So really, they got that whole idea from Plato. But the Bible as a whole, the Hebrew Bible as a whole, is not monotheistic. It it favors monolatry, worship of one God, but
Sure.
but it acknowledges the existence of all the other gods. It's just they were all terrible.
Yeah.
Um,
Is Saturn have anything to do with the Sabbath, the god Saturn?
well, yeah. I mean, the Romans had they named the seventh day of the week
Yeah.
Saturn. That's only documented like 100 BC, though. So,
Well, I
uh,
know that Saturnalia is pretty ancient, and he was
yeah,
like the most. It was the most important holiday. It was a 7-day festival in the late December.
yeah.
So I don't know if maybe it had something to do with the Saturnalia and or the Sabbath, where they sort of rest in this time. But that's sort of a yearly thing. But I wonder
Yeah.
if there's some sort of connection there.
Well, I don't think there's a direct connection with the Sabbath, and I'll explain why. First off, let me just comment that you have this 7 day week, which surfaces here and there. I think mostly because there were 7 planets. There's the sun, moon, and 5 wandering stars that were visible in the sky. So it was common to have, recognize 7 divinities ruling the sky, and I think the week had to do a lot with that. But in the Middle East, in Assyria and Babylonia, they had a type of document called a hemerology, which was a list of lucky and unlucky days in the month. They'd go 1 through 30 or 1 through 31 and say, better not do this on such and such a day. It's okay to on this other day, though. And in one of them, the 7th day, 14th day, 21st, 28th day of each month had certain things that a king was not supposed to do because it was very unlucky, such as light a fire, travel, a lot of the same things that you see in the laws of Moses related to the Sabbath. So it really comes from these, the 7 day week and the seventh day as a Sabbath is really a simplified version of uh, Mesopotamian hemerology. And probably those scholars I was talking to you about in Samaria, uh, they did a lot of calendar stuff, and they probably invented the Sabbath
Interesting.
uh, out of Mesopotamian science.
Wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, there's a lot that we can go into in this. Just anything you want to close up on that you think that we didn't touch on that just real quick before we close out. Anything else you want to say?
Um, well, just I think it's great that you're advocating research and interesting ideas and investigating things. It's always good to look at all sorts of new ideas. Um, it's important to not only be creative, but to have critical thinking skills where you invite all these interesting new ideas, but then you really scrutinize them and fact check them like crazy. Um, but yeah, critical thinking skills and creativity, that's something that all of us need to develop. And it's a good thing. That's how we grow as people. Plato's Timaeus and the biblical creation accounts cosmic monotheism and terrestrial polytheism in the primordial history.
Wow, that's the title right there.
That's
a
the
lot.
title.
The basic idea is, wouldn't it have been better to have one consistent story, work that out ahead of time, and, it would make it more convincing and compelling instead of having all these different contradictory traditions that were kind of patched together. I agree. That would have been lots better. I'm with the person who wrote comment number 3. But you have to deal empirically with what you have. And what you do have is you have all these contradictory doublets, and they're all varied, and someone wove them together. And evidently, maybe they were under time pressures. Maybe they had to coordinate between different groups, all of which wanted their story in, and nobody wanted to be canceled, in 270 BC. They were against cancel culture. I don't know. I hate that term, actually. So, but I mean, that's just the way it is. And the notion that you can raise this as an objection and therefore the Alexandria scenario is somehow undermined, well, I don't think that we're in that the same problem exists with the documentary hypothesis. And even worse, you have the Yahwist in 900 BC or whenever, then the Elohist in 800 BC, and then, the Deuteronomist in 614 and P in 450. Each one of them allegedly, they had all the other contradictory versions in front of them. And they didn't go like, okay, our beliefs are totally different than these other guys, but we're going to preserve all of that. We're not going to overwrite. We're not going to just have our own version. We're just going to add a little bit here and there. Why did they do that? Why did the redactors preserve conflicting traditions? That is as serious or worse of a criticism of the documentary hypothesis than the idea that someone made all these different sources play nice together in 270 BC. To me, that's less problematic. It is a problem, but it's a problem under every scenario, and I think it's worse under the competing scenarios.
Let me jump in real fast, because it's worth noting that even in the New Testament, we have this problem, especially in the Gospel of Matthew. He's sort of notorious for doubling up on characters, and scholars are thinking that he's doing it in an attempt to have his cake and eat it too, as far as not leaving anything out from any of his sources or his.
There's a good example where you have 4 Gospels that are contradictory and contemporary. I mean, everyone agrees they are effectively contemporary, and yet they contradict each other on all sorts of points.
Well, and they're certainly dependent on all of them on Markan priority. But that's a whole other. The thing that I find the most fascinating about your work is how the ramifications for the dating of the Old Testament. It just blows my mind how much more recent the Old Testament seems to be, even when you take into account that it's patchworks of other things. The final forms are so much later than anybody's ever suspected.
In fact, with the Pentateuch, they're as late as you can conceive of. I mean, I was surprised. I was shocked in my Berosus and Genesis book when I discovered, the Pentateuch was written after 285 BC because of Manetho. And well, it's after 280 BC because of Berosus, and was after, and I pushed the date clear down to 272 to 273 BC, which is right on top of the Septuagint translation.
Yeah.
It's like, it's pushing it right to the limit.
Yeah.
You can't go any farther than that. And so after I had written virtually my entire book, and I was contemplating that whole, that amazing coincidence. Well, no, because it finally occurred to me that the authors of the Pentateuch were also the translators. So it was the same event. The sources could be found at Alexandria. We know that the authors of the Pentateuch could read Greek because they had Greek sources, but they were writing in Hebrew. So they were bilingual, which is kind of a precondition for a translator. You have to know both languages. So all of that and multiple authors too. All of that converged with the possibility that the authors were the translators.
Yeah.
And then you have the tradition in Pseudo-Aristeas, the letter of Aristeas, that claimed there were 70 translators at Alexandria, bunches of scholars from Judea and Samaria who came to Alexandria to produce this amazing translation. Well, that goes along.
And all of them, of course, did it on their own separately, and yet when they put it all together, they all agreed with it.
Word for word.
Every word.
Exactly the same. Yeah. So, so in actuality, Septuagint scholars have detected maybe 2, maybe 3 translators in the Septuagint because they've compared the vocabularies. And so if there's like 3 translators, why do you have this tradition that there are 70 scholars who arrive at Alexandria to produce these, translations?
A very coincidental number that keeps showing up in the Old Testament too, by the way.
That's true. Yeah, so to me, that was more consistent with multiple authors that you see in the Pentateuch, Jedph, and maybe a few others, because, Abraham versus the kings of, Genesis 14, that doesn't fit with any of the sources. So you have other stuff too. But yes, there are the number 70. There are allegedly 70 translators at Alexandria, who Pseudo-Aristeas said that they were elders. They were Jewish elders who were very conversant with Greek classics as well as with Jewish legal studies. So you have 70 elders, and you have the 70 elders at Mount Sinai. Pretty amazing coincidence.
Yes.
Unless, as you believe, as I do, that this 70, they wrote themselves into the story. We received the divine laws at Mount Sinai, basically.
Yeah.
And you don't have 70 elders at Gerousia, a senate of 70 people, earlier than the 270s BC, as a Hellenistic institution, a change in their constitutional features of their government. So here you have in the 270s BC, for the first time, you have a Jewish Senate that's ruled by a high priest, that's composed of 70 elders traditionally, and they show up in the book of Exodus.
As if they had been there the whole time from the very beginning.
The whole time, and they also show up as the 70 translators at Alexandria. And Philo refers to this annual celebration of the Jews in Alexandria of the 70 translators who Philo says were just as divinely inspired as the original 70 elders at Mount Sinai. There's another remarkable correspondence.
Yep.
What do you think the 70 is for? Or 2 questions. Do we know any of the 70? Like we could say we know 15 of them, or we know none of them, or and what do you think? Is there any significance to 70?
Well, we have I think we have 69 or 70 names in Pseudo-Aristeas, but obviously they're all fictional.
Yeah.
But yes, you had traditions that the Jewish Senate was composed of 70 or 71 or 72 members. 70 plus the high priest that was the ruler of the Gerousia, the Senate, or Sanhedrin, it was later called.
Sure.
So the 70, which gave their name to the Septuagint translation, that's basically a synonym for the Jewish Senate. In the Greek world, it was very common for the institutions, the ruling institutions of the Greek government, especially we know at Athens, to be called by the number of people in it. There was the 400, that was one of the counts. And there was this and that, there's at least 5 or 6 examples that we know of. And we also know that the 400, which was one of their assemblies, there were actually 401 members. So they like the round numbers. All of them have round numbers, even though usually there was maybe an extra member as a tiebreaker. So I take the 70 to refer to the Jewish Senate. In other words, the Senate authorized the creation of the body of Mosaic laws and the creation of the Torah, the books of the Pentateuch. It was their project. It was an official project, and that is why when the Pentateuch and the laws of Moses were written, they were instantly authoritative because the Senate and the high priest backed it entirely. And then this is really, does someone want to throw in a question? Because I talk just nonstop.
All this comes out of Egyptian sources and Babylonian sources that you've come across. How did you stumble on Manetho and Berosus?
Berosus, I stumbled on, almost literally. I heard someone on a YouTube say, literally, they did this and such figuratively. So, no, I was in the University of Oregon, in Eugene, Oregon, in their library. Because before the internet was so great, I used to go on raids to university libraries up and down the West Coast. Berkeley is my favorite. If you've ever seen it or visited it, it's a fortress of learning. It looks like a literal fortress. I love the architecture. And I'd go there and I'd have a list of books I wanted to research. And then I'd go get them all off the shelves and stack them up on the photocopier and just photocopy the heck out of them. And that's how I did my research back in the day.
Oh, I feel your pain.
Yeah. So I was at the University of Oregon Library and I was researching for a book called In Search of the Pillars of Hercules. Greek myths talked about pillars of Hercules at the Straits of Gibraltar and at Mount Caucasus and in India. So anyway, I was looking for all my sources for that. And and there's a reference in Berosus, who's a Babylonian priest who wrote around 278 BC. And I found a complete book of all the fragments of Berosus at the University of Oregon, photocopied it, front cover to back cover, read it, and it was just amazingly like Genesis. Actually, Genesis through Kings. I mean, it had the flood, it had creation, it had the 10 patriarchs before the flood that lived amazing amounts of time, had the flood story, all the kings after the flood down to his own. So I literally did stumble across that.
Wow.
But
similar story with Manetho?
Similar to Manetho. You see, I thought, there's some kind of relationship here. Berosus definitely did not read the Bible. Why do they resemble each other so much? And then it wasn't until I read Niels Peter Lemke's book suggesting that the Pentateuch could have been written as late as, the Septuagint translation, that I realized the Pentateuch could have used Berosus, and then I really took off on my research. Manasseh was sort of similar. It just occurred to me one day, well, how do we know that Manasseh was copying the Exodus instead of vice versa?
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. It just sort of snowballed from there.
It makes me wonder how many other ancient sources out there are waiting to be discovered that have more to bear on our Old Testament.
Yeah, at the time I looked at Plato's laws, and I saw a few correspondences, but I really didn't make a whole lot of connections. And oh my God, laws, the most boring subject on earth. I just couldn't even go down that road. And
have you read? Just real quick question before we go too far. Dennis MacDonald's work on the New Testament and Homeric connections to that. I was curious about your feelings about how those hold up for you.
Well, I'm familiar with his thesis in his book. I haven't read them yet.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to think if I've ever read a summary. There are oftentimes literary tropes, a story pattern. It's like there's 10 plots in movies. There were
yes.
10 plots and stories in the ancient world too. And Homer, beat everyone else to most of them. So it doesn't surprise me that there are parallels.
Yeah. Especially given that the evangelists all seem to have Greek educations, very excellent Greek educations. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Russel, are you with the majority when it comes to Homer that it's a multiple author product, or is it unique enough that you think it's from one mind? What's your thoughts on the authorship of the two epics?
Well, I think most of it is from one author. There's the catalog of ships, which is kind of a sub-document within the Iliad. And I think there's probably a pretty good case that was some pre-existing something or other. So, so I'm open to the possibility. And I haven't read more than a couple books on the subject, 2 or 3. But my feeling is that, the Iliad was one author and probably the same author as the Odyssey. And an amazing genius, he had to write all of this to memorize and recite orally, because they didn't have, a written language at that time.
Yeah.
So you have to wonder how many Greeks were wandering around Asia Minor who could compose an epic poem of 40,000 lines. 2 or 3, maybe just one. Maybe he was a unique genius.
Yeah. Well, just to pitch in on that, apparently there's portions of the Iliad where there's anachronisms, where at one point they've got bronze weapons, and another point they've got steel, that kind of thing, which lends a little more suggestion that there was multiple time frames we're talking about. Much like Isaiah, much like the book of Isaiah, where we've got first Isaiah, second Isaiah, third Isaiah.
That could be, but there's also the scandalous fact that, Homer was their greatest author, and booksellers would, they'd have a copy of Homer and sell it, as many copies as they could. And every one of them was free to change it as much as they want. There were additions, deletions, all sorts of changes to the text. It wasn't until the 270s at Alexandria that textual criticism arose in order to create a good, solid text of Homer.
Yeah.
Well, so there's also the possibility that some of those differences might have been introduced by copyists.
Sure.
But, I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other.
I guess my first question is, what are the biggest controversies today in New Testament scholarship. Now, Russell, do you do New Testament or whole Bible scholarship? What's your interest?
Yeah, I do.
He skews to the other side.
I do lots of New Testament, but it's like Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson mentioned there were certain mysteries that the world was not prepared for, that he didn't want to have written about during his lifetime. So I'm kind of in the same position. I've got a book on the historical Josephus and the historical Jesus, another one on Josephus and the historical Paul. I think it's going to wind up being an article, but it was going to be a book called Jesus the Astrologer, which is it's a controversial, the title is supposed to be controversial, but it's basically looking at the Olivet prophecy and pointing out, along with the book of Revelation and other things, that the author was talking about omens, terrestrial omens in the sky. There were omen watchers since Mesopotamia and down through the Greek. And these guys were sky watchers. They said, look to the skies, you'll see the signs of your salvation coming. And comets and portents and, volcanoes, ash going all over them, and stars falling, you name. But they were omen watchers. They said when you see, you'll see armies coming in the sky. Josephus, one of his omen people, said the same thing, that there was one of the signs that Jerusalem was about to fall was there was a brilliant sunset, and in the clouds they could see armies in the clouds. And this is the exact same sign in Josephus and in the Olivet prophecy. So anyway, I was going to go into some of this omen watching background. That was a form of prophecy back then. And, so I have lots of New Testament stuff, but I haven't published yet. Although I do have an article coming out on the crucifixion week. So I've worked out the chronology, the events surrounding the arrest and crucifixion that reconciles the Synoptic Gospels and John, all the famous contradictions. I've pretty much got them sorted out. And it just happens that some of the best of them are in the biblical world and religion. Religion has a surfeit of mysteries, which normally people don't want you to solve,
Yeah.
Because otherwise they'd be out of business. Yeah. I did something that we weren't supposed to do. I read outside of their, church library or whatever. Something that I always recommend. Don't get into an echo chamber. Okay. Don't get your facts and the interpretation of the facts from the same people. Don't learn, evolution from your pastor, or, go outside your comfort zone and find out from the actual authors of these theories what they say, not what your people say that they say. So, I educated my way out of that.
Nice.
And, and there's whole decades when I forget that I ever went to a Bible college. A different person.
Point tonight, I'd love to hear about the Astraguli, Plato's.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to back up for the general audience and explain what you're talking about.
You may give the explanation.
Okay, so in Plato's Lysias, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a dialogue on friendship, and this is a later Socrates. He's an older Socrates. He's talking to the younger generation. The feel of the dialogue is there's sacrifices going on, like some sort of games or some sort of activities in the square. And there's a mention from Socrates that other youths are playing bone dice. Yeah. And these are effectively games of chance. I have one here.
That's what I want to see.
This is
look at that.
an astraguli. So what's really fascinating about this for me is that it's got the probability, not like a dice, a 1 in 6 chance rolling it. You roll it and it mimics the Pareto ratio. So it's 80-20 in terms of how it lands on the surface area. So it's got 2 larger surface areas and 2 smaller surface areas. Now, what they used to do in these ancient games of chance is they would roll the dice, and if they all rolled and they were different, then this would be called a Venus throw, right? I don't know how many there were. I think there was 5, which is odd to me because there's only 4 positions that it can land in. So how they could all be different, if there's 5 dice, it doesn't make sense. To me, it would be 4. But anyways, I think it's very fascinating that this is how the psychology of probabilities was an omen, maybe, almost, if you could kind of think of it that way. The Greeks could see that there was truth in these throws and in this game of dice. So my concern, Russell, was that, and I get this as I read Plato, is that a lot of it's been translated by biblical scholars that have a background in Christianity, and I think they skip certain things or they introduce certain words that don't resonate with a Greek origin. And when dice is characterized to me as something as a odd or even, it's confusing to me if the actual games were more of a 80-20 ratio. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what confuses me about the way the translation comes up. And because if that's the case and it's not authentic to what the actual Greek says, then it makes me skeptical and sad in a way that this is what I'm reading, that it's not really truthful or representative of something that's so rich, if that's fair.
Yeah. Well, I think there may have been more than one variation of the games of knucklebones, which were played by women and children mostly, according to the sources. And different playwrights said that they had different origins, some from the gods. Plato said knucklebones came from Egypt. Some of them appear to have been games with dexterity, where you throw the dice and then you pick something up real quick. Kind of like jacks, where you throw the jacks and you pick up the ball. And so they had more than one game with those astrology. Is that what they're called? Astragali. My mistake. But yes, the chance aspect is the gods could control that. And I think that they had more than one person throwing the dice at the same time. And so the winner had to do with if they matched each other or they were different or something like that. I think modern scholars aren't quite sure how it's played. But these games with dice, they're all over the world. And so I think they use some modern versions or, later descriptions to try and figure out what's going on. But it could be taken as a form of loss, a form of, the divine, the gods would determine how the dice were rolled. Plato talked about writing a constitution as a game of chance.
Huh.
He said, it's a game for old men. You write the laws of a colony. Whether it's going to work or not is a throw of the dice.
Right.
You hope you're going to win, but you can't guarantee it.
Right.
So that's all I know on that subject. I'm not really an expert. But translations, that's a problem. There's you get a filter. The information is filtered through the translator. The Septuagint was that way too, of course. And you guys all know how information from the Old Testament was filtered through the Septuagint translation, so that, you have a virgin may conceive, is going to conceive rather than a young maiden. The word translation is almost incorrect. Every translation is an interpretation. It's a rewriting in another language. And you have to take into account the biases and filters and agendas of the people doing translating, as well as the actual linguistics involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to mention the puns and the word play and things like gematria. What were you going to say, Scott?
First, I was just that I'm looking forward to the solution of the John's account of the Passover time versus the synoptic accounts. Because that, for me, was the most exciting part of the Ehrman's introductory lectures that he did for the teaching company. They moved the date back 24 hours so they could make Jesus into the slaughtered lamb. I thought, oh my God. And he goes, and that lets you know that the writers were prioritizing theological ideas over historical accuracy. When I heard that, the scales fell from my eyes and I started weeping because it was so well done. So I can't wait to hear your solution to that problem. Yeah. And the other thing is divination. What an interesting idea. And as you were talking, I started wondering, maybe divination is something like a Hesiod element between epics. So back in the old times, you have this simpleton theism, but later on you have science, which is a kind of reading information off of nature. And between these is the divination moment, where it's you're not quite adult enough to do controlled studies, but at least you're not praying or taking drugs with the oracle. You're looking and poking around nature, so you're halfway there to using scientific interrogation. Kant says that the scientific method is putting nature on the witness stand and interrogating her. So before you get to that smart phase, you're in the other phase where you're like, look at the tea leaves, or back in the olden times, look at the way that cow shoulder bone breaks in the fire. And those were actually, my second semester undergrad, I took a class in divination. It was supposed to be on the I Ching, but it ended up becoming a history on the whole divination idea. And the teacher thought it was important that the I Ching is a digital method of divination, and this affected cultural thinking, because before that, it really was kind of moody and stuff. But then you have the dice method, which is not moody, it's discrete, and the I Ching method, which is also using discrete. And I thought that must be an exciting moment to see how permutations of discrete elements, even binary elements, if you have enough permutations, then you can have enough explanatory richness to meet almost any problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but isn't it a nice idea in divination? It's like nature wants to tell you something. You just have to look at the right place. You need to look at the bottom of a teacup. You need to look at the way the tortoiseshell is broken. Don't look at any random thing. Look at this rock that you smash.
That's exactly how it happened in Mesopotamia, which is, I would say, the birthplace of science. They had the Umanu, the scholars or scribes, and there were different varieties. Some of them looked at the omens in the sky, and they had reporters from all over the Assyrian or Babylonian, the empire. If there was such and such if there was a comet or if there was an eclipse, and then all of a sudden you had an earthquake in Anatolia, they'd write that down, they'd send it in. The scholars collected all this empirical information, just catalogs full of correlations between sky events and events on the ground, so that they could predict things for the king. So there was the omen literature, and there were, they would read the patterns of oil on water. They would read liver, all of that stuff. It was a completely empirical, inductive method of doing science. They did not.
That's very striking. It shocked me to hear you say that they were just cataloging everything, because if you're really being empirical, you don't want to filter anything out a priori. So anything might be correlated to the loss of that battle on that day. So list everything around you in the area. That's an amazingly mature way to
birds. Flights of birds or behaviors of animals. All of that stuff was all relevant. Terrestrial, celestial omens, and one of the features of this form of science is they didn't come up with a theory that could explain everything. The Greeks came up with hypotheses that would explain the data. And that wasn't really Mesopotamia. They were just data intensive. And as a result, they could predict eclipses. eclipses and the 19-year cycles of the calendar and all. That was all just raw empirical data that they were collecting. So they were very good at that method. It helps to have a terrified bureaucracy of scholars, scientists working under you, collecting all the data. I don't think a smaller scale operation would have worked. So, but yes, the history of science is fascinating. I'm writing for future generations, and you guys are part of the future. So that's a good thing. And, some people won't even join the present, but.
And it made me think about how, looking at the tea leaves and all that, it made me put in mind of Hebrew gematria and how, and the Kabbalists who would look into the Old Testament and the words on the paper were so important. And I can't help but think that's partially the reason that they were so loath to not leave anything out and double up. I'm wondering if that was part of the motivation for them to not worry about contradictions as long as they got everything on the page. But anyway,
that's an interesting theory. Yeah. I always wondered about people doing numerology with the biblical text, counting letters and this and that. And then we discovered there were so many variations, like in the Dead Sea Scrolls. No translation and no text that we have is actually the original. So to me, that makes the quest somewhat futile to begin with.
Right. But, it was a jungle for starters anyway, but that kind of thing. Yeah. If you don't mind.
When you mentioned the 70 and the Septuagint, the 70 scholars who went to translate, as soon as you did that, I went online and I Googled Sefer Sefirot, which is Aleister Crowley's dictionary, where he took every word from the Old Testament and then arranged it according to its gematria value, which is just count the value of the letters up. And the idea was that there was some metaphysical essence that the words that all add up to the same number share. And a famous example is Yahweh is 26, Yud Hey Vav Hey, but the word Ahad in Hebrew is unity and is 13, and so God is unity in duality, because 2 times 13 is 26. And see, just the stuff like that's kind of fun, especially when you're young and numerology still seems plausible.
Yeah. But boy, once you start that road, it never stops. It just never stops. Yeah.
People have an infinite capacity for seeing patterns, whether they exist or not.
Yeah, exactly. Part of what fascinates me about Russell's work is the implications for the dating of the Old Testament. And what, like in a nutshell, what are the oldest parts of the Old Testament that we can identify as far as book by book, not like sections of, like pericopes, but like the old prophets, the minor prophets, the major prophets, that kind of thing. And how far back do you see it going, the completed books?
Yeah, well, you have the books and then you have the sources that were used by the books. So if you want to get around to the oldest one is the Gilgamesh epic used in the flood story of Genesis. But, you have the Acts of Solomon and you have the annals of Israel and Judah in the Book of Kings. You have, there were source documents that I think were authentic in some sense.
Sure.
Went back to Iron 2 times. You have some Egyptian psalms that are in the Book of Psalms. You have Egyptian proverbs. You have Babylonian materials. You have Berosus, of course, in both Genesis and the Book of Kings, Second Kings. You have a Babylonian source document in Ezekiel chapter 1. A Marduk vision that was domesticated and turned into Ezekiel's vision of the throne room. You have something.
Oh, I just want to pause for a second. You said Berosus is in Ezekiel?
No. Well, yeah, actually, but Kings, the Book of.
Book of Kings. And by saying that, you're saying that Kings could not have been written before Berosus?
Yes.
It could not be as written as old as we think it is, or most people think.
It had to have been written after 278 BC.
Yeah.
There's one very, very, very striking parallel between Berosus and a couple of verses in Second Kings, in the Hezekiah story, where they talk about when Sennacherib went back to his homeland, and then he was slain in the temple, and his two sons, and this and that. That's Berosus. There's a passage in Josephus, book 10, where it says, this is from Berosus, and it gives an account of Sennacherib and his departure after the siege of Jerusalem, and it gives all the details in Kings, but additional details that could only have come from cuneiform sources, which Berosus had for the time of Sennacherib. So it's really a smoking gun that shows that Kings drew on Berosus.
That's
but
fascinating.
This is what's interesting. That fragment in Berosus from Josephus, you don't find it in the Mueller's or Verbrugge's, or there's 4 different collections of all the fragments of Berosus. It's not included in any of them. Because they say, well, this can't be authentic because it's too close to the biblical account. It's circular reasoning. It's really the smoking gun, and it's excised from all the collections of Berosus because it's too pertinent.
What's the topic?
That's
the topic of the fragment that's missing.
It's what happened after this.
It. Yeah, they say Josephus says, and Berosus had this episode in the life of Sennacherib, and then they don't include the passage from Josephus. They say this passage is missing because what actually follows obviously comes out of Second Kings. So it's the self-censoring process.
And Scott, what passage he's talking about is after the siege of Jerusalem, Sennacherib went back home, and in the Bible, it makes it sound like he instantly goes home and is killed right after the siege.
Right.
The sources actually, this was 18 years later after the fact. So it's one of those things where the Bible is taking the story out of context, not people taking the Bible story out of context.
And it's talking about obscure events in Armenia and stuff that, how could these biblical authors have known about these local developments over there? But, those same events are in cuneiform sources that exist and that Berosus drew upon in other preserved fragments. So, but a lot of stuff of the interactions between the Sumerians or the Judeans with either the Assyrians or the Babylonians, that's not Jewish material. It comes out of Berosus. Sometimes they have the same odd sequence of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. Berosus has that in common with the Book of Kings, but that's because Berosus had this Babylonian slant, and so he omitted any Assyrian kings that weren't ruling in Babylonia as well. And so anyway, there's a lot of evidence, and it'll come out in the books that I'm working on. But there's scholars have traditionally assumed that the Hebrew Bible or the Jewish Bible, currently in possession of the Jews, that it was written by Jews, by Judeans, because they own it now. So number one, created a kind of a bias against obviously some Sumerian or Samaritan materials in the Pentateuch, which is the majority of the Pentateuch is from the northern kingdom. You have 10 out of the 12 tribes are from the north. Judea, Jerusalem, they hardly get mentioned. So there's that, and then there's all sorts of Babylonian, Assyrian, Egyptian, other materials in the Jewish Bible that they borrowed, and they incorporated in their writings. And, most scholars don't think like that. They think, it's a Jewish Bible. It was written by Jews.
Right.
Or
Never mind those Zoroastrians. Never mind
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Daniel, you had a question?
Yeah. The 10 of the 12 tribes were from the north, right? So does this correlate with the last man standing thesis of Yahweh being the one remaining God that surfaces, and the rest of, like, did the tribes actually represent, like, kind of have their contender God they kind of throw into the arena, and basically Yahweh was,
you mean were there originally 12 different gods and he was the one that came on top? Is that what
I know there was multiple, yeah, but did they kind of correspond with actual tribes?
I don't think so. Archaeologically, the situation you have is, number one, polytheism. All of the people from Israel, the northern kingdom, and Judea, they were all polytheists. They had bunches of gods. But all of them had Yahweh as their primary god. For instance, at Kuntalit Ajrud, which is a site of the Negev from around 750 BC, there's a couple references. There's inscriptions found there as well as paintings. There's a painting of Yahweh and his consort, among others. And there's references to Yahweh of Samaria and his consort, and Yahweh of Teman and his consort. Where Teman is, from the Negev desert. So Yahweh was the possession of, it was primarily the god of Samaria. And then secondarily, since Samaria ruled Judea for the geographical area of Judea for a long time, Judea as an independent kingdom only rose like in 735 BC. Before that, Jerusalem, Judea, all of that was ruled from Samaria, in my opinion. And the Sumerians, they exported Yahweh worship in all the regions that they ruled, including on their caravan routes to the Red Sea, which is where this site in the Negev is, including in Moab, including in Jerusalem, which was, the Yahweh worship in Jerusalem was really a product of Sumerian culture, in my opinion.
Interesting.
Different nations had their patron god, their god that looked out for their interests, and Yahweh and his consort, they were the patrons for Samaria and, and later Jerusalem. And there weren't 12 tribes back then either. I mean, there's no ancient attestation that there were 12 tribes.
But this is another Platonic correlation you found. Yeah. He
talks about how 12 tribes is the ideal number.
Yeah. Oh, that was so amazing to see that. Yeah. I like that the idea of the nationalistic or cultural doctrine is something that is put together by chance, as you say, and then reinforced over generations, and it will be either adopted or not. But I think that's fascinating. That it's like we need some sort of unified Foundation myth. Yeah, that's quite fascinating. Called the myth of Jesus, and I'm only gonna partially back you into a corner. I'm gonna give you a nice.
Okay. I think there's a historical core to the Gospels, but I think there's also a lot of myth. But I don't find a conflict between them. Most people do, but not everyone does. But I just want to point out something interesting. In the last couple of years, we have seen contemporary unfolding in front of our eyes, a mythology developing.
Absolutely.
These dialogues that Yahweh is having with his people, is this modeled on the Sumerian proto-Yahweh? Or is this something that have they already adopted him and they introduced their Jewishness? Or is this method of oh, my people, there's supposed to be something, there's an exceptionalism to Judaism, right? In their normal understanding. This is the first time they really had a plausible God. These are plausible conversations. This is a caretaker God. This is the social ego. This isn't just one of these cheesy Zeus type gods. This is something that's really getting close to. So is this mode of God instructing his people in caring paternal ways an inheritance, or is this something that had a new development?
Let me just say one thing to address Scott briefly. I just want to point out that in Plato's laws, this isn't exactly quite on point, but God revealed the laws to the lawgiver in Plato's laws, and then the lawgiver was supposed to assemble all the citizens in the new nation that he was forming and recite to them the whole corpus of laws, at the time of the founding of the nation. So that whole dialogue, that Deuteronomy, the whole plot of Deuteronomy was taken right out of Plato's laws. Mm. And so you have some Greek influences that go into the whole God, lawgiver, citizenry, people thing. But I'll leave it at that.
There's correspondence between the priests at Elephantine, who were not from the house of Aaron, by the way. They were just, who were they? Who knows? But they were in correspondence with the temple at Jerusalem and the high priest and his brothers and the religious authorities in Samaria, because there was some kind of a problem. Their temple got burned down, and they wanted permission to build a new temple. And, evidently the people at Jerusalem said, sure, go ahead, go for it. Even though Deuteronomy says you can only have one temple. That's it. But there's no references in all of the writings of Elephantine to Moses or Abraham or David or any of the big names from the Bible. Not only as biblical characters, but they aren't used as personal names. And they have a Sabbath, except that they work on the Sabbath. They have the seventh day of the week, but there's this one letter where this guy says, you're going to pick up this load of vegetables that we're sending by boat this Saturday, and if you don't, I'm going to kill you. So they were not very observant in terms of the Sabbath. No, they didn't have a religious Sabbath. They had a Passover, but it was purely agricultural. It wasn't the celebration of Moses and the Exodus. So anyway, for decades, people have wondered, well, how can you have, the Pentateuch and the books of Moses, and yet there's these heterodox Jews out there worshiping Harem Bethel and a bunch of other gods and Sabbath breakers and how come they're in this happy relationship with Jerusalem? It was blowing their minds. Well, the reason is there was no Bible back then. There was the books of Moses hadn't been written. There's none of the biblical traditions. It was just, it's before that. So, no, there was no Bible in the Persian period. It just didn't exist, and that's the economical explanation. And there's finally been a book or two that has acknowledged that fully. It said this, Elephantine is not an anomaly. It's not a problem. It's just the way it was back then. They didn't have biblical. And that was, that was about 100 years before the time we're talking about. The Septuagint and when I say the books of Moses were written, when all of a sudden, boom, you've got all these biblical writings that just come out of nowhere, and that's the new culture.
Russell, this is fascinating information, by the way, because I've never heard anyone explain this like this. In fact, I never heard of Elephantine prior to you, which was kind of interesting. It's like, hold on, I knew about Samaria and Mount Gerizim. I didn't know that there was a whole nother thing going on. And you've said on previous shows, which I definitely need to read your material. This was like I had to get you on an introductory show for our audience. and let them also pick up your material. It's very important that I consume that. But you mentioned something that just is very like, oof. So if you hold sacred the Old Testament, this is probably something you're going to reject immediately due to bias or just something you can't accept. That northern and southern Israel, or if I can use the term, Judah and the house of Israel, Samaria being the capital, if you will, they were never really part of the same one unified group, just like Elephantine was never Judea. They were never the same group. They may shared things in common, like Yahweh. I could pick up a god, Murdoch or Baal, okay? And we have our own tradition down here, completely different possibly than the one that's in Judea or the one that's in Samaria. And so you say they're not the same people. In fact, they were separate traditions completely and never were a 12-tribe community.
No, they weren't. There's Assyrian inscriptions, there's Moabite inscriptions. We've got information back there, and there's no reference to 12 tribes of Israel or even 10 tribes of Israel. They know about Judah, which was that southern small kingdom. Naphtali maybe is a little region up in Galilee. There was a tribe of Gad, but that was Moabite. It wasn't Israelite. It was the Moabite inscription says, the people of Gad have been Moabites since forever. So these tribes didn't exist. I mean, they're illusory. And my latest book that just came out, I don't know, 3 years ago, it has a whole section on the 12 tribes because 12 tribes were common. Also 10 tribes, which that's how the biblical king list tribe list, they either have 10 tribes sometimes they have 12 tribes. The names of the tribes are all different and they're in different orders. But the Greeks very commonly, they divided up their nations into usually 12 tribes so that they could rotate duties from month to month to month. Athens had, for a while they had a 10-tribe system, but then around, 325 BC, they added a couple tribes. So now they had 12 tribes at the same time as these books of Moses were. Plato said 12 tribes, that's the perfect system. You should have 12 tribes. He wrote about that in Plato's Laws, which had this utopian form of government and constitution that he said, he was advocating. So 12 tribes, that's a Greek idea. And there were lots of little colonies and places that had 6 tribes or 12 tribes. Nowhere in the ancient Near East. It's something they picked up from the Greeks.
Russell, if you could give us some examples of parallels, if you have any off the top of your head, that just something interesting that you saw, just like the 12 tribe kind of idea, that gives more of like a Hellenistic spin, where there's someone who might say that looks Persian. There's no way there'd be Hellenistic thought in this Persian text, or that's Babylonian, like we talked about your first book. That wouldn't be Hellenistic. That's so old. And you mentioned Genesis as an example, that there's Hellenistic, and in fact that the Genesis 1 is like almost identical to something Plato put out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's true. And I just finished, I'm talking 2 days ago, I finished the final draft of my book on Plato's Timaeus and the biblical creation accounts. He had a whole book, which was one of the most popular books in the ancient Greek and Roman world, called Timaeus, about his theories on the origin of the universe, cosmology or cosmogony. He said he said that there was only one God, Derek. There was one God at the start of creation. I mean, he's the demiurge, the craftsman, the creator from this eternal realm of being who um, he decided he wanted to create a perfect image of himself, namely the universe as a living being. And he fashioned it. And anyway, the account in Timaeus echoes so much in the Genesis 1 account and also um, Genesis 2 and 3, because Plato didn't just talk about this universal, eternal, monotheistic God, which the Jews got monotheism from Plato. This seems very clear. It's a Greek idea. It's not Persian. It's the Greeks invented monotheism. It was the Greek scientists, the Greek natural philosophers who posited that there was a divine intelligence who started this whole thing. So they had this monotheistic idea. Some of them got executed because for their atheism, because they didn't believe in all the little tiny gods running around the Greek world. So if you were a monotheist, that they considered that atheism. They passed a law against it, and you could be executed, tried. That's what got Socrates.
I thought the and I have to cut in just to point out. I thought that an ancient Egyptian pharaoh was, Akhenaten. I thought was the original, but or at least
he did promote the cult of Aton. I think there was a little blip after he died or was assassinated or whatever happened to him. That was over. So yeah, that was a little idiosyncratic blurb, but it was not this philosophical, eternal, cosmic, monotheistic God that some of the Greeks, including Plato, came up with. But now Plato also did something else interesting, because he didn't want to get executed for being an atheist because he only believed in one God. So he said, well, yeah, okay, so there's this craftsman who created the universe, but then he had a bunch of sons and daughters, the Greek gods, and they're running around on Earth or wherever they're going. And so, yeah, there were sons of God running around, and that's exactly what you see in early Genesis.
There are different ideas floating around that people don't interpret sons of God the same way you might be describing it. And what I think Russell's saying here for everybody, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that these sons of God are deities. Okay, these are the sons of God that are under the they're like the pantheon of deities, where the most supreme, according to the Bible, would have Yahweh or the God of Israel. That's the biblical perspective, right? They put him chief above all. However, these other gods, if I'm not mistaken, in the ancient world were called daimons, or like pretty much demons, if you will, is what they were. Sons of God, so to speak, that had powers over particular areas, and they were regional in some way.
Yeah, the Greeks, they had different gods over different countries. And Plato was unique because he said they all got along. They didn't have wars together. Like Homer said, Zeus battled against, Hera and this and that, and there were all sorts of cosmic battles in Greek literature. Plato wanted to censor all of that. He wanted all the gods to get along. But in the Bible, you have the apparently 70 sons of God, just like in the Baal epic of ancient Canaanites. Baal had 70 sons in his divine council. Well, Psalms and Deuteronomy in different places, they have a divine council too. And in Deuteronomy, they say that Yahweh was one of these lesser gods who was over Israel, and that every one of the gods was over a different nation. And there are 70 nations in the table of nations in Genesis 10. So, you've got you've got 70 gods running around, and Yahweh is one of them. He was not the supreme God. He he got promoted later, but no, he was one of those little terrestrial gods wandering around. He ruled the Garden of Eden, sure, and like Zeus was he was not the eternal monotheistic God. He was one of the lesser gods, but he was kind of in charge of the other gods. And the Bible does say that Yahweh was kind of in charge. Uh, but
Kind of like
no, he's
Zeus, except he hasn't slept with any
exactly.
women. Well, if you count Mary
Well,
in the New
yeah.
Testament, it's kind of a weird impregnation type spirit thing, but I don't know, you know?
Yeah, but except here's this, Derek, in Genesis chapter 6, you have the sons of God cohabiting with these beautiful daughters of men. And they married them and they had children, the giants, and they had lots of gods running around having marriages just like Greek gods, and just like Plato had in his sequel to Timaeus, which was called Critias, which had the story of Atlantis. Uh, Atlantis was ruled by Poseidon. Well, actually, Poseidon kind of populated Atlantis because he married this local girl that he found particularly attractive, and he had 10 sons, and they were the lords of Atlantis, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, the Greeks, they had these gods running around and having all sorts of wild orgies, I guess, with whoever they could get away with, and having offspring that were these heroic people, Hercules and all these other semi-divine humans, and all of that's in the Bible too.
Was talking about how the gods run in the blood. She was explaining how not only are they local, if you will, a god runs a territory in a land, but also you listen to the Greeks, and she actually said this, and I think you're going to take a different stance, I suspect, than what she says. And this is, I've never heard expressed anywhere yet, but they compare the Greeks, and the Greeks say, I'm a descendant of, right? Zeus or whoever it may be. These, people are descendant of their god. Israel is the firstborn sons of Yahweh. They seem to be direct, if you will, it seems like, in a strange way, descendants of their God. However, these scholars said that the people of Israel are a little distinct and different in how they're descendant of Yahweh. If you take what you're saying to the bank, it would seem and appear to me the same way, like you just mentioned, Poseidon or Zeus may populate a people, and therefore now you have the generations that come from their divine God. Did Yahweh maybe play a role similar to these other Greek gods?
That's conceivable, and archaeology has found a couple inscriptions that talk about Yahweh and his
let's get into something that's going to tackle what you just discussed here, and really, what is the elephantine papyri? Is it an elephant stamped on a piece of paper? I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah, elephantine. The people of Egypt, they loved their elephants. So, and especially later on, the Ptolemies, they went on all sorts of elephant hunting expeditions, and so that's where the name elephantine came from. The actual Egyptian name was Yeb, Y-E-B. So anyway, the elephantine papyri were written at a military colony of Elephantine, of the Nile River. It was the border colony between Egypt and Ethiopia, guarding against an Ethiopian invasion. The colonists who were there, they were from Judea, and they were Arameans. So they were actually Jews who were living there in this military colony, and they wrote all sorts of documents between about 450 BC and 400 BC that have been preserved on parchment or leather, um, or on ostraca or potsherds, because the Egyptian climate is such that these old documents are preserved. Well, these Jews in Elephantine, they had their own temple. They practiced polytheism. They had they knew about the seventh day of the week, but they worked on the seventh day of the week. There's one papyrus that says, if you don't get those vegetables off that boat on Saturday, the seventh day, I'll kill you. I will kill you if you don't do the work that I'm telling you to do on the Sabbath, basically. Um,
Wow.
it had, they observed the Passover, but not, not the biblical Passover. It was an agricultural festival, but there was no Moses, there was no Exodus in their Passover ritual. It was just sacrificing a lamb and not having any yeast in their household, which also meant they couldn't drink any beer. Uh,
Mm.
the papyrus says no beer allowed during these 7 days. So they were practicing Jews. They were in communication with the Jews in Jerusalem because the Egyptians got mad and burned down their temple. And so they asked the priests in Judea and the leaders of Samaria, uh, can we have your blessing to rebuild this temple? So the people in Jerusalem evidently thought it was okay that there were multiple temples, that they could have their own temple there. Fine, no problem. Um, so there's no evidence of any biblical writings. There were no laws of Moses. They didn't know Moses. They didn't know Abraham, Isaac, or Israel, or David, or anybody. There were no biblical writings at that time. Now, scholars, when these papyri were discovered, they freaked out. They said these were some weird, heterodox, uh, oddball, weird Jews who practiced their own strange customs. Oh, yeah, except that they were in communication to Jonathan, the high priest of Jerusalem, and his brothers. So, no, that was ordinary Judaism of its day, and it knew nothing of a biblical text. There was no Bible in 400 BC. And that's after the books of Moses were finished, JEDPNH, according to the documentary hypothesis. But
Yeah, why is there not a mention?
none of those sources appear at Elephantine. Didn't happen.
You say, just to read something you wrote, this is fascinating. I love this Elephantine thing. This is archaeology at its best, guys. I really like this. Most of these were letters that they found, legal documents, supply accounts, and the like. But one, number 21, contained an order from Darius II in 419 BCE to the Jews at Elephantine, enjoining them to observe the days of unleavened bread, while a second series, NOS.2730 through 34, documented the Egyptian destruction of a Jewish temple at Yeb in 411 BCE and the fruitless efforts of the colonists during the years 410 to 407 BCE to secure permission to have it rebuilt. And you say that you think it might have been because they were possibly sacrificing animals that the Egyptians held sacred even. And these guys are like, well, we got to keep our sacrifices going. They had pretty much what I counted is that you say this is oral tradition at best, just like those tablets, the silver amulets. But of over 160 Jews at Elephantine mentioned in the papyri, not one name comes in from the Pentateuch, nor is there any reference in the papyri to the Exodus or any other biblical event, reference to laws of Moses or other authoritative writings. It's entirely absent. This is perplexing, since the priests supervising the Jewish temple at Elephantine should have possessed and enforced the Jewish Torah, which, according to the documentary hypotheses, was complete and promulgated as authoritative during the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. And you say, A. Cowley commented succinctly on the complete lack of evidence for use or knowledge of the Pentateuch at Elephantine. What precisely constituted a Kahin priest at Elephantine does not appear. One of their prerogatives, we might suppose, would be to possess the law of Moses and to administer it, yet there's no hint of its existence. We should expect that in 30.25, I think he's referencing something in the papyri, they would say, offer sacrifice according to our law. And that in other places, they would say, they would make some allusion to it, but there is none, zilch. So far as we L-E-A-M, from these texts, Moses might never have existed. I think it meant learn. I might have butchered a word. There might have been no bondage in Egypt, no exodus, no monarchy, no prophets. There is no mention of other tribes and no claim to any heritage in the land of Judah. Among the numerous names of colonists, Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, Samuel, David, so common in later times, never occur, nor in Nehemiah, nor any other name derived from their past history as recorded in the Pentateuch and early literature. It is almost incredible, but it's true. And I had to read that because that's, I mean, nothing.
It's a great summary. Great quote.
Yeah, nothing. And this is something you're saying, guys, it would have been screamed from here. We'd had more than just unleavened bread traditions or the fact that they practiced sacrifice or the fact that they were temple ritualists that had a temple. Like that was common. Even people without writing, even people without their constitution, got to read his Plato and the Hebrew Bible to really get where this all comes in. You know, there are people who practiced this stuff throughout antiquity and did not, we'd heard something, I would suspect.
Well, when the Elephantine papyri were discovered, it was a scandal, like Cowley in that passage that you read. And really is taken clear into the 21st century for scholars to recognize that, well, this just means that they didn't have a Bible then. This was normal Judaism. It was pre-biblical. An author named Granarod, he's written a whole book on the Elephantine papyri and just taking it as at face value as this is what Judaism was at the time. Same is true in Babylon. They had polytheism there, and it was just normal. There was a temple of Yahweh in Idumea in Edom at a late date also. They had multiple temples, polytheism, no biblical writings. That was just the way it was. And that really creates an earliest possible date right there. The books of Moses had to be written after 400 BC, with the latest of the Elephantine papyri. And that's later than the documentary hypothesis allows.
Wow. So we're stuck right now, if you're watching the series, we're stuck with this enigma code called the Elephantine papyri and the archaeology backing such a theory. And what we're going to do is we've gone down to the 400s. Let's stick at the 400s for any of you skeptics like me out there who want to challenge and test this theory. Not only do I recommend you get the book, okay, and talk about this guy named Manetho and this guy named Berosus. Let me rephrase that. This priest named Manetho.
And so I want to start it off by educating the people on some of these Genesis myths, some of these theogonies, and maybe we can discuss what was happening around the time of the 3rd century, 4th century BCE with syncretism and all this new world, and Alexander the Great just turned the world on its head, and now everything's different. Greeks are now in charge. Persians are out. So let's start there. I want to start with the Genesis of the Bible. Now, if you watch my episode I did with Litwa, this is a screenshot, just easy to see. Genesis in Greek, the Septuagint, literally starts off. You see Theos, Aranos, and Gaia. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. Okay. Those are gods. Those are Greek gods.
They are.
And it almost makes you wonder if this is based off another theogony. And the reason why I say that, because we have other theogonies. There's not just one. Hesiod's not the only person who wrote a theogony. First, I'll show you Hesiod. Okay. This is Hesiod's theogony. And but he has a long prelude to this. So he's like, oh, get the muses and all the people together. Everybody gather around. We're going to tell you a story. So he doesn't just start off like the way Genesis does. But when he actually gets into the nitty gritty, it starts off with Gaia, firstborn equal to Aranos. And then everything else comes after that. It's the same, pretty much. It's the same sequence of how it all begins. So let me just show you guys. Yeah, first of all, chaos came into being. Yeah. Then Gaia, broad-chested, also the unshakable seat of the immortals. And obviously, like, muses of Helicon, let us begin our song with them. This is like, he really goes, like, real long prelude. And like I said, then he gets into the nitty-gritty, and it's the same old Genesis story. It's the same thing. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. Besides Hesiod, there was a writer in the 4th century or 5th century AD named John Lydian. And he had a copy of an Etruscan theogony that was translated into Greek. And then if you translate that into English, it comes out like this. Tyrannia, a knowledgeable man among them, composed mythology. For he said that a demiurge created all things, strove on behalf of his creation for 12 periods, for 1,000 years. 12. Wow, that's weird. And each of them distributed those periods according to the 12 so-called houses. And this is Etruscan, so this is going back to, like, who knows? This could go back to 700s BCE, for all we know. Mm-hmm. In the first period of 1,000 years, he made heaven and earth. All of it lines up. In the second, he made the firmament manifest, calling it heaven. In the third, he made the sea and all the waters in the earth. In the fourth, he made the great lights of the sun. You get the picture. It's the same old story.
Yeah, it is.
And this was translated into Greek from an Etruscan language before they lost the ability to translate Etruscan. This is like old. And John the Lydian was bringing this back into the forefront in the Middle Ages.
Yeah, it's just possible, since John of Lydus was, he was a Christian theologian. He might be adapting his source material a little bit towards Genesis. I don't know, but I'm going to look into that further, because that's a very striking set of parallels that he has.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to bring it up to you, because that's obviously a possibility. I can't read Etruscan, so I don't know. I can't confirm this. So yeah, that's something I think that you should look into, because I know this is where you're at the forefront of.
Well, John of Lydus he's an obscure source, so I don't think I've read his treatise in the original. So I think this one slipped by me somewhat. I've seen references to the Etruscan cosmogony, but I think this is the first time I've seen the actual text, so that's cool.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how they call themselves the Tyrrhenia, because that's like the original name of the Etruscans, because they're apparently from that part of the Tyrrhenia, which was like Asia Minor, I think.
Yeah.
And there's another thing I want to bring to your attention before we get into what you've uncovered in your research. I came across letters between Origen and Julius Africanus, and they're talking about Daniel, and it's funny because I've done episodes on Daniel being a forgery, but even Christian theologians themselves were admitting it was a forgery long before any of us came along. So here's the first letter from Julius Africanus. He says, "Greeting, Lord and Son, most worthy Origen, from Africanus, in your sacred discussion with agnomen, you referred to the prophecy of Daniel, which is related to your youth. All right, now just to spare some time, if you jump down a little bit, he says, he placed them apart and asked them severally for committing adultery. And when one said, under the palm tree, prenos, he answered that the angel who saw him asunder pre-see him, and in a similar fashion mentioned other who said, under a mastic tree, skinos, with being rent asunder, stistiani. Now, in Greek, this happens to have a home tree, saw asunder, and rend and mastic tree sound alike. But in Hebrew, they are quite distinct. And so he's saying that this is a Greek book. And then Origen's response is even better. He says, so this is his response. He says, in the speaking of the prophets, and when they suffered, says, they were stoned when they were sawn asunder, they were slain with the sword, to whom I add sawn asunder. For an old idiom not peculiar to Hebrew, but also found also in Greek. Sorry. This is said in the plural, although it refers to one person. Now we know very well tradition that Esaias the prophet was sawn asunder. So he's saying that these are Greek idioms that you can't. It could only be translated one way, Greek to Hebrew, because the language is Greek. Now this is just Daniel, but I'm wondering if there's any of this going on anywhere else, and maybe you have found something like this,
where there's Greek things that are translated into Hebrew,
yes,
and in an idiosyncratic way.
Yeah, because I think the only way to really find out what's the truth here is to really go look at language.
That is, that's an important aspect for seeing if between two parallel texts to see which one is the original and which one is the translation. A lot of times the text makes sense in the original, but the translation, it doesn't, because they don't have the exact equivalent. So that's an important indicator. I also look at sources if the whole narrative comes out of a different language. Like, for instance, recently I ran across a new Greek passage from I think Callimachus, the poet, in 3rd century BC Alexandria.
But he was in charge of the library.
Yeah, I think it was Callimachus. It could have been another poet in that. Anyway, he talks about the myth of Phaethon, the god who got too close to the sun with his wings of wax, and so he plunged to the earth. And he has phrases that are very close to Lucifer, how you have fallen from heaven in Isaiah. I mean, the parallel is striking. People had suggested maybe there was a relationship before, but they said, yeah, but they don't have this detail. Well, now they do in a papyrus fragment, and it's very striking. And it tends to show that that portion of Isaiah or Ezekiel, I forget, came from the 3rd century BC from a Greek poet. So, yeah, so language is important. Several details in a narrative from the same source, that's another indicator. They're all really critical. And in Genesis, like you say, you have heaven and earth, Uranus and Gaia, in the Septuagint even, that are gods in among the Greeks. So there's a linguistic connection there that's important.
Yeah, and one of the things Manetho tells us is that this library was moved from Heliopolis to Alexandria after the city was built, because they had a big library in Heliopolis before this. That was where the main sources of these Egyptian myths were. Yeah. And he also says that he sort of coincides for what Josephus says, and then all these books from they had all these books brought there, and one of the things I find interesting is right around this time, they're building a Serapeum. And this god Serapis happens to be a mix of every other god in the time. He's a little bit of Asclepius. He's a healer. He looks like Zeus. They have the statue of Pluto. Some say he's Dionysus, Osiris, and then the name Serapis is Serapis and the Apis. So he's just a complete mutt of gods.
Yeah.
And right, it's like while this is happening, you have the poets and you have the scribes of Alexandria putting together the Septuagint at the same exact time. And I'm just like, that's a little weird. It's literally the same decade happening.
Pretty close. So, the Serapis is the syncretism. It's where you merge two cultures together. The Ptolemies as rulers were kind of syncretistic as people because they were kings, they were Greek kings, but they presented themselves as Egyptian pharaohs. Right. And in some of the Egyptian inscriptions, they use language that is very similar from traditional Egyptian, language that they use towards their pharaohs. Ptolemy Philadelphus, he married his sister because he was adopting an Egyptian custom because a lot of the pharaohs did that. So they were consciously trying to marry their new foreign Greek culture with the long-standing existing Egyptian culture. And it was a very conscious policy. I think Alexander the Great started it when he was in his campaigns from Babylon and points east. He mixed Persian and Greek culture. And in Egypt, he presented himself as, the son of Ammon,
right?
Ram god. So you have pictures of Alexander with these ram horns on the Greek coins. So they're consciously mixing cultures to make the Greek rule more palatable among the subject population.
Yeah. So is that what a lamb is? A son of a ram?
What a ram?
Is that a completely different animal? A lamb and a ram?
Yeah, a lamb is female, and a ram is the male.
So Alexander,
the ram has the horns, and
So Alexander could be like
you didn't grow up on a farm like me.
Because let me tell. If anyone doesn't know the story yet, by the way, Ptolemy Philadelphus had it written all over the walls in Luxor. The story that Alexander came to Egypt and freed them from the bonds of the Persians.
Yeah.
And then he went into the desert, and halfway through the desert, they were all starving and they were all going to die of dehydration. And then rain comes down and saves them. And then he has another how many days. And then he gets to the Oracle of Ammon, which is at Siwa Desert in the middle of the desert. There's all this water there. Yeah. So he gets there and he wants to know what happened with his father, Philip, if he's okay, if he's in heaven, whatever. He asks about he's son of Philip. And then the Oracle says something along the lines of, I'm your father. Your father's good. I'm your father. I have begotten you.
Yeah.
There's different versions of it. One of them says, today I have begotten you. The other one says, I'm your father. Anyways, the long story short is that he finds out that he's the son of Ammon, which is the god who's a ram. So then he goes back to Egypt. They build the city of Alexandria. He goes off into his next campaign and dies. Anyways.
Yeah, in the Alexander romance, they had his mother being Olympia, is that what I forget her name.
Olympia
being overshadowed by a god, so that Philip is not really his father, but rather Zeus Ammon, because there was a syncretistic depiction of Zeus in Egypt. Zeus with horns, with ram horns. They identified Zeus with the god Ammon. So Alexander is the son of this Egyptian god, but he's also the son of the chief Greek god, and they tie it all together.
Yeah, you see all these commonalities, like for example, Augustus, when he was born, there was a star in the sky, and it was important. King of the world was born today. You see all these different stories, and they come together. And I think what happened with the New Testament is exactly what happened with the Old Testament. So you're taking all the important myths and stories of the time and sort of injecting them into a storyline, and that's a sacred myth. But I think with the Old Testament, what they're doing is, because you have all these Ugaritic myths that are in Phoenicia and Judea, Canaan, and you see a lot of those. I'm wondering if you think those are part of if they actually were bringing those into the fold with its translation. And then the last thing I want to find out about is Yahweh the same as Zeus? Because I heard people say that, and there's like some linguistic arguments happening there. If you take the first three letters, Yah, Y-A-W, you could almost argue that it's another way to say because that's like the oldest depiction of the oldest known reference to Yahweh only has the three letters, if I'm not mistaken. It's in Egypt. Yeah. So that if you just take it by that, you can almost argue that that's almost another translation of the name Zeus.
I don't know about that so much, but there are some of the early Jewish figures like Aristobulus in 150 BC, they were completely comfortable identifying Yahweh with Zeus.
Yeah, I think Philo said the same thing.
Yeah, Philo, the same thing. So Zeus was the chief of the terrestrial gods. There were bunches and bunches of Greek gods and goddesses, and he was the head one. He was like the first among equals. And Yahweh is kind of the same way in parts of the Pentateuch and the Psalms and whatever. These texts are very polytheistic. There's 70 gods, and in some of them, Yahweh is one of the sons of the chief god, El Elyon, the highest god. And in others, he's been promoted. He is the chief of the gods, which would put him basically in the same position as Zeus. So, and I think the authors of Genesis, 2 through 50, they kind of made a little bit of a relationship between Yahweh and Zeus. Genesis 2, I forget, verses 5 through 6 or something like that. It talks about how Yahweh had not yet brought rain to water the face of the earth. Well, Zeus was he brought the rains. He brought the rains every season to earth in Greek mythology. So and later on in Genesis 6, you have Yahweh saying, well, the earth is wicked and we need to destroy it, basically. He has this little piece of monologue where he seems to be addressing the divine council. And he seems to be in the position of the chief of the gods, which is very Zeus-like. So Yahweh is not the creator. He's not the creator in Genesis, but he is seemingly the leader of the terrestrial gods. So there's definitely a case to be made that they were the same. I'm not sure about the linguistic argument. For one thing, I haven't seen it, but I know that.
Well, what about Jove?
Made independent.
Where did Jove come from? Because you got Jupiter, you got Zeus, and you got Jove. They're all the same. They're all Greek and Roman gods. They're all the same. Jove is just another name for Jupiter. Where does Jove is really close. Where does Jove come from?
Well, that's an interesting observation. I haven't seen that before. I mean, the book of Job.
I'm surprised nobody's thought about that, though. That just seems kind of obvious. Jove, Jove, like pretty damn close to Jehovah right there. Right? I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, the book of Job is a very classic Greek tragedy. I mean, it's got it's basically dialogue, and so it's definitely a Greek tragedy. It even has the Deus ex machina at the end, where God has to come in and resolve the situation. So the Greek influences show that it's written in the Hellenistic era, um, and no earlier, because whoever wrote Job knew about the structure of, he knew Aeschylus and all the rest. So we're talking after 325 BC. We're probably talking before 270 BC and the Torah, because there's no references to
right
the
there.
Torah in Job. So it's an early pre-Torah Greek tragedy written in Hebrew. It's really interesting, and in that time frame, I suppose they could have known, Jupiter, and anyway, it gives you a historical context in
Yeah.
which you make that argument about Job being related to the Greek god, if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, there was, yeah, kind of. I mean, in Hesiod's theogony, you had, I forget, is it Zeus who castrated Kronos? There's a succession from the era of Kronos, and then he's overthrown, and you have Zeus instead. And it's these different eras of the gods.
That's what I was going to actually ask you about. I'm glad that you brought this up.
Well, so
because
that seems to come from the Hittite legend of Kumarba. Is that very, very similar, very close narrative parallels. So
yeah,
it was incorporated.
Yeah, I just recently found out that there was a Hittite version of the Trojan War, which is that's fascinating. But that's a different subject. Anyways, but what I'm asking you about is in Genesis, you have these successions of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and so forth. Do you think this is like a reflection of not just Ugaritic gods and sort of putting their story into the mix, but maybe also Greco-Roman, Hittite, Egyptian? What do you think about these stories? Like, I'm curious to know, because it doesn't seem like they're really. I don't know any parallels too much about these stories in the Greek world, unless you do.
Well, to some extent, yeah, and I'll talk about it. First off, though, let's talk about theogonies in early Genesis.
Yeah.
So Genesis 1 verse 1, God began to create the heavens and the earth. And then in Genesis 2 verse 4, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. So in Genesis 1 verse 1, you have when God began to create, which is a poison, which is fashion. It's kind of a craftsman's term. So he's actually making them, which goes with more of a scientific approach. But in Genesis 2 verse 4, these are the generations, the toledot of the heavens and the earth. All throughout Genesis and also Book of Ruth, you have, these are the generations of Adam. These are the generations of Abraham. These are the generations of Noah. And then it gives you a genealogy of the descendants. So these books of generations, they are their family trees. Well, here in Genesis 2 verse 4, you have this. These are the generations of heaven and earth. So here, heaven and earth are ancestors. They are gods. And in the Greek, it's Oranos and Gaia. So that's very explicitly a language that points to a genealogical structure among the gods, which is a theogony, but just like Hesiod. So you actually have two different versions going on in Genesis. In Genesis 1 verse 1, you have that heaven and earth are fashioned by Elohim. And then in 2 verse 4, it's more of a biological thing. And it's the same. This is a very important point from Plato's Timaeus. He did the same thing. His first creation account had the demiurge, who is this eternal creator God living in the eternal realm of being. He fashions everything. He's a craftsman. He's an artist. He takes chaos, this chaotic mixture of primordial elements that he finds, and he brings order to it, like an artist working with raw materials. And what does he do? He fashions heaven and earth, and puts the stars in the sky, and the sun and the moon, and all of those things. So it's a little bit mythological, but it's also scientific. He's fashioning things. Then around where is it? Timaeus 41 or 42 or something like that. He starts a second creation account, which is pure mythology.
You're talking about theogony? I'm just wondering what you're. I just missed what you said. What did you say? Oh, you're talking about Plato.
Yeah, Plato.
Okay, sorry.
We're talking Plato's Timaeus.
Yeah. Okay.
So in Plato's Timaeus, I think 40E, 41A, he launches into a second creation account.
Right.
The first one, the scientific one, where God creates the perfect cosmos, there's a problem for Plato because not all of the universe is perfect. Not all of the universe is eternal. Life is mortal, and humans can be wicked. So he could not allow his eternal God, his monotheistic God of creation, to fashion mortal life. That was out of the question for Plato, because that would make his God culpable, and his eternal God was pure goodness. So he launches into this second creation account where he says, this eternal demiurge, he had a bunch of sons and daughters, the regular Greek gods. In fact, let me read that to you.
Sure.
Starting in Timaeus 40D, concerning the other divinities besides the stars in the sky, to discover and declare their origin is too great a task for us, and we must trust to those who have declared it before, they being, as they affirm, descendants of gods, and knowing well, no doubt, who their ancestors were. He's being sarcastic here.
Yeah.
Some of the Greeks said they were descended from the gods. So he says, it is, as I say, impossible to disbelieve that the children of the gods, we can't disbelieve these descendants of the gods, even though their statements lack either probable or necessary demonstration. But since they profess to speak of family matters, we're going to follow custom, and why not? We're going to believe them. So then he says, therefore let the generation of these gods, the genesis of these gods, be stated by us, following their account in this wise. Of Ge and Oranos,
right,
earth and heaven. They were born the children Oceanus and Tethys, and all the rest, and all their brethren. He's quoting Hesiod. He's saying,
yes,
we're going to go with Hesiod's theogony, because why not?
Right.
So he's this eternal God has all these sons and daughters. They're called the younger gods. And he delegates to them the task of creating mortal life. And so it's this whole second creation account where they put souls in human flesh and all of that. It's the same in early Genesis. Genesis 1, you have Elohim, the eternal creator. He creates the cosmos and is perfect, just like in Timaeus. And in Genesis 2 and 3, you have Yahweh, who's one of these lesser terrestrial gods running around on earth, and he creates Adam and Eve and mortal life. And other gods are elsewhere on the earth, creating their own families of humans. So there's a very close parallel. But coming back to my point, in the first creation account, the demiurge creates heaven and earth in a scientific fashion, much like the other natural philosophers explained how heaven and earth came to be. And then in the second creation account, he starts out with a theogony. And that's exactly what the second biblical creation account has when it starts out. Here are the generations of Oranos and Ge, heaven and earth. It's a mythological theogony, and clearly Yahweh is one of the descendants of heaven and earth. It's it maps perfectly, and you do have a theogony in Genesis 2, which my book on Plato's Timaeus is really the first book to really point out and argue systematically, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this theogony, it's very strong in early Genesis.
All right. I want to get back to this. In your opinion, did Alexander or Persia have more of an impact on Second Temple Jews? This is a really good question.
Yeah. Well, I would say definitely Alexander.
Really?
Well, if you look in the Persian period, the Persians ruled Judea. So in that sense, they controlled things. But in terms of the religion and biblical culture and all of that, I think you see a lot more Greek influence than Persian. A lot of people say that the Jews got monotheism from the Persians. They say Ahura Mazda was monotheistic, so on and so forth. But no, that's not really true. It's henotheism, where Ahura Mazda, the Persian god,
he's not even all powerful. He's only one. He's just as powerful as Engramanu. They're two opposing forces. It's a duelist.
Yeah. The good and the evil gods at war with one another.
That's why I get so confused when people say it's the monotheistic religion. Like, really, Mithra's the mediator. They have all types. They have like 7 different gods. There's tons of gods.
They've got lots of gods.
Yeah, but
there's one who is the official god that they were supposed to worship in Persia.
Yeah,
the chief. So it's kind of monolatry, just the same way as in the Pentateuch. You have 70 gods, but you're only supposed to worship Yahweh. But now the Persians did influence Jewish religion in this respect, dualism.
Yeah.
In Genesis, you don't have dualism. In Plato, you don't have dualism. All the gods are good. They all get along together. There's no strife. They play nice. And wickedness, evil, is a purely terrestrial human thing. The gods aren't responsible for human wickedness. Humans are. That was Plato's theological argument, or philosophical, whatever. But already in Exodus through Joshua, you have it divided up between Yahweh, the one good God, versus all of the other gods that are bad. Yahweh wars against, they exterminate their worshipers. And then later on, post-biblical, you have the Enoch literature and other things where you have demons and evil spirits, and that's all Persian dualism. You get a lot of that in the Dead Sea Scrolls too. So that dualism comes from Persia. But the monotheism, really Genesis 1, which is Greek, Platonic influence, that is the initial monotheism. And it's the monotheism at creation, at this dawn of time when there's only one eternal cosmic God. Down on earth, there's a bunch of polytheistic gods. Once the eternal God creates heaven and earth, then you have bunches of
Well,
gods.
a lot of people probably don't even realize that a lot of the pre-Socratics were monotheistic. Like Thales was monotheistic. There's a bunch of them actually. I can't think of them right now, but
yeah,
going through them, if you start going through the pre-Socratics, you'll see like quite a few of them. Quite a bunch of them are basically just like there's one source, one monad. It's a Pythagorean mindset, actually. I think.
Yeah. Well,
Pythagoras, or attributed to Pythagoras, whoever wrote this, whoever, it's attributed to Pythagoras that there's a monad, and then from the monad creates the dyad. The dyad splits, and then it becomes it's like a golden ratio, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is about Greek monotheism. First off, it coexisted with polytheism. The two were not mutually exclusive. But at the dawn of creation or the cosmos, the natural philosophers, the Greek philosophers, they mostly posited one single divine intelligence that got things going. Right. So at creation, I use the word creation because actually some of these Greek philosophers were creationists. They believed that this divine monotheistic intelligence had a hand in shaping the universe. So there's monotheism at the start, and then they're like, yeah, sure, there's later Greek gods. But that's only after time was created and earth was created, and they had some place to live.
And they get called daemons.
Yeah, and daemons too.
Right. Celestial gods. This is a really good question right here. Doc Pluralmanat, can you further develop the Tanakh Septuagint were produced by Jewish intelligentsia in the Library of Alexandria circa 3rd century BCE at the request of Ptolemy II, which is Philadelphus, or Exodus and Moses, were designed to counter the writings of Manetho?
Well, sure. In my first book, Berosus and Genesis, Exodus and Manetho, that's when I tried to deductively establish when and where the Torah was created. And I did that by, number one, the first real evidence of the Pentateuch, the books of Moses, is the Septuagint translation in Greek around 270 BC. That's the first external evidence we have. So that's the latest it could have been written. But then you look at some of the sources behind the Pentateuch. You have Plato, you have Homer and Hesiod, you have Berosus. Well, you have Manetho, which is 285 BC, and Berosus, who's 280 BC. Hecataeus of Abdera, who's 315 BC. So it gets closer and closer and closer to 270 BC until basically the authoring of the books of Moses is right on top of its translation into Greek. And so in the letter of Aristeas, you have this tradition where there were 70 translators who came from Jerusalem to Alexandria to translate the books of Moses from Hebrew into Greek around 270 BC under Ptolemy Philadelphus. So there's that tradition. And then there's my deductive reasoning that led me to conclude that that's when it was written, around 270 BC, around the same time as the translation, using Greek sources that were found in the Great Library of Alexandria. So Alexandria is when and where it all happened in my my reconstruction in Brooklyn.
And what this is so fascinating because the same thing happens in the New Testament. Alexandria is the hot spot for everything. Philo starts it all off.
Yeah.
Like the Jesus story happens in whatever, however you believe in that, whatever you want to say is fact, whatever myth. Regardless of that, the theologians of Alexandria are the ones that are really putting this religion together. It almost is like it's a second wave of the same thing.
Yeah, there was there was a lot of, that was the center of Platonic studies, Alexandria,
Right.
too.
Yeah.
And Neoplatonism. Philo was heavily into Plato. And then you have Clement of Alexandria and Origen. And, they were in Alexandria and they were using Philo. They inherited his library. And they were using Plato. They basically cut that out of Philo. So Alexandria was still a very vital source of academic learning, clear into, the 200s BC and later. And so it, in that sense, it's not surprising that a lot of these developments took place in Alexandria.
Wow.
One point, though, that I'll get to in terms of that super chat was,
let me go back to it.
He was asking about Manetho, how the Exodus story was a response to the writings of Manetho. So what we know about Manetho is he had these two stories about the colonization of Judea from Egypt. The first one said that it was the Hyksos, these wicked shepherd kings who took over Egypt, and then they destroyed the Egyptian gods, and they were terrible people, and they were eventually expelled into Judea, where they founded Jerusalem's temple and so on and so forth. And then later on in the times of Amenophis, basically in the Ramesses period, you had Osiris, who was this Egyptian leper who was a priest of Seth Typhon. He invited the Hyksos back. He had a second reign of terror. And then eventually he and his leprous followers and the Hyksos and everybody, they were expelled back into Judea and Syria. So there was like a second wave of colonization by wicked people who were bad for Egyptian and the Egyptian gods. And Manetho said, this Osiris, this priest of Seth Typhon, the god of chaos, some people that I know say he's the same as this Jewish character Moses. So who Manetho knew about from Hecataeus of Abdera, who around 315, 320 BC, he wrote this foundation story about how some character named Moses, the first mention of Moses in any language, how he led a colonization expedition from Egypt to Judea. So Manetho is responding to Hecataeus of Abdera, but he's saying these Jews and their Moses, they're bad people. We're going to link them up. Some people in my day say they're linked up with this god of chaos, and overthrew the Egyptian gods and terrorized the people and enslaved the Egyptians. So Exodus has so many of the same motifs. You know, the Jews as shepherds living in Egypt, this and that and the other, but they reverse a lot of it in defense against this anti-Semitic tradition coming out of Egypt. They said, you know, we didn't enslave the Egyptians; they enslaved us. And yeah, there was terrible circumstances at the time that we came to Judea, but that's because the Egyptians, they were the villains and all this. So anyway,
Right.
that's
And
the basic story that I developed.
It's interesting that they call him the priest of Typhon.
Yeah.
Because Typhon is actually another name for the god Set.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
according to multiple sources, I think it happened once with the priest named Zechariah, and it happened again under Antiochus Epiphanes when they went into the temple and found a donkey head, which is Typhon. It's
That's
like
the symbol of Typhon.
And then if you pair that up with Tacitus's history, where he says these Jews were so angry about being expelled from Egypt that they wanted to just flip everything on its head and worship the opposite of what they're worshiping. So they were worshiping Osiris in Egypt. They're going to worship Typhon. And he doesn't say that, but he says the opposite. He says whatever they think profane, they hold sacred. Whatever the Jews hold sacred, the Egyptians hold profane. And I'm like, I'm thinking maybe he's not on 100% here, but there's a little bit of truth, a little nugget of truth there, what he's saying.
There's, anti-Semitism began in Egypt.
Right.
And it was, there was a lot of that going on in the whole Antiochus Epiphanes period when, Judea rebelled against him because they thought he was dead, and then he came in and conquered the Jews and set up, sacrifices to pagan gods in the temple and all of that. There was a lot of Egyptian slanders against the Jews that went into that went into the propaganda of that whole conflict. So there was a lot of controversy between the Egyptian highly negative view of the Jews and the Jewish defensiveness, and it all really goes back to, I think, the Jews who served as soldiers occupying forces in Egypt under the Persians, under Cambyses especially, when we know that they were part of his troops, and Cambyses overthrew the Egyptians' temples and gods and desecrated their temples. And
Nectanebo was the last pharaoh.
Yeah, and so the Egyptians never forgot that, and so the Jews were always associated with those wicked Persians, and then that filters down through time, and the book of Exodus, written at Alexandria, where a lot of this stuff was going on. Yeah, they were a bit on the defensive. They tried to spin the same stories and only favorable towards the Jews.
Wow, that was great. We were talking about the succession myths, right? You had these Uranus and then Saturn and then Jove or Jupiter or whatever, Zeus. And in the Genesis story, we sort of have a similar succession thing where it's Adam, then it's Moses, or I'm sorry, Abraham and Isaac and so forth. Mm-hmm. And when we go back and when we look at the Ugaritic text, we see a lot of commonality. For example, Adam's rib. There's a story in the Ugaritic text where they take a part of Enki's rib and create something. I forgot the name of the goddess. It was the goddess, whatever. What do you think? Where does this play in for your for you? What do you think about all this?
What specifically, the rib motif or the Ugaritic?
Do you think that,
from that?
Yeah, do you think when they were putting this together, in your theory of the Greek Bible being first, do you think they're using sources from Ugaritic texts too?
Yeah, that's their inherited culture. It's interesting that throughout the Bible, the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, El is a good guy. You never see El being disparaged, but El was the chief of the Ugaritic pantheon. He was basically their Zeus.
Right.
He was the father of 70 sons and daughters in the Ugaritic divine council. He was the chief god. Baal was one of his sons. Possibly Yahweh was another one of his sons. El was El Elyon. He was the highest. He was the chief god. And in Deuteronomy 31, 4 through 5 or wherever that is, it basically says that Yahweh was one of the sons of El Elyon. And when El Elyon was apportioning the nations among his offspring, that Jacob got Yahweh inherited Jacob to rule. So they inherited that whole Canaanite mythology or gods. They had lots of Ugaritic gods in Genesis, El Elyon and El Olam, the Ancient One, and so on and so forth. But they specifically, this was interesting. They took El Elyon, the highest God, God Most High is how the King James Version translates him. And they kind of equated him with the creator God of Genesis 1. Because in Genesis 14, you have El Elyon, the creator of heaven and earth. So they're equating this traditional Canaanite god with this new Greek Platonic demiurge or creator. And they're kind of making this whole new mythology of Genesis 1 through 3. They're making it palatable because they're making connections with the existing Ugaritic or Canaanite gods. Plato said that if you're going to have a successful new constitution and theocratic state, you have to convince everybody that their laws are ancient and divine and have never been changed since they were originally given to the people by the gods. And part of his strategy for promoting the divinity of this new body of laws is he said you should research into all the existing gods and altars and temples and priesthoods and incorporate those into your new constitution and government. And that way it'll kind of give an impression of hoary antiquity to your new government, because it's got all these connections to the older gods and the established religious institutions. So with Plato's strategy that he laid out in the dialogue Plato's Laws, he really encouraged some continuity, some surface continuity between the local ancient religious institutions and the new modern theocratic government. So the biblical authors did that. They, as much as possible, they accommodated these old stories of El Elyon and El Shaddai and all the rest. Kind of put them into the story so people would recognize them, find it familiar. And
sure.
This stuff's all ancient.
So that would basically mean that there is some truth to the fact that they are translating the books of the Hebrews, Canaanites, whatever you want to call them, into the fold. They are translating them. It's just not in full. It's just they just don't have a full book of it. It's all separated stuff. And
I think it's mostly oral traditions.
Oral tradition, sure.
The culture, sure.
Yeah. Why would the Greeks use Hammurabi's code as a source for Deuteronomy instead of Solon's law?
Use both. Both of them are there.
Do they really?
Yeah. There's some laws in the Pentateuch that come out of Solon. Solon's Athenian laws. Sure, you bet. But they use both, and it goes exactly with my previous comment. They wanted this law code to appear ancient and divine. And part of the way to promote its antiquity was they incorporated as many old laws that they knew about into the Mosaic law code. Law code of Hammurabi and Eshnuna and some Middle Assyrian laws. Now, where did they get those in 270 BC? These ancient Mesopotamian, Babylonian, and Assyrian laws. Well, they came through Samaria, is my opinion, which is a new position that other scholars hadn't adopted until, it's one of my innovations. Samaria was conquered by the Assyrians around 725 BC. They brought in a new ruling elite from Babylon. You read about that in 2 Kings 17. So there was basically a Babylonian colony of the educated ruling elites in Samaria starting the 700s BC. They didn't disappear. They persisted. And in this ethnic group that became part of the later Samaritans, they preserved Babylonian month names, they preserved Babylonian laws, and all sorts of other stuff. So there's a lot of Mesopotamian materials in the Bible, and that's because the Samaritans were involved in creating the Bible, especially the Pentateuch. And a lot of these most educated Samaritans had a Babylonian background.
It's interesting. The little bit of Solon that I've read,
yeah,
it does seem like when he talks about the laws of like property rights, that's something that you can see in Deuteronomy. There's the property rights thing. Oh, if somebody damages your house, you go to court and they must pay 10 shekel. I'm just making stuff up, but you see that in Solon. You see the similar type of rational thought going on in Deuteronomy. So I think, it might be true. I need to talk to an expert on that. I'm not really sure about Solon. I haven't read much. Dr. Gmirkin's thoughts on Chaldean oracles.
Yeah, well, they are one of many pseudepigraphical texts in the Greek world, or the Greek and Roman era, where all sorts of people were pretending to be ancient figures from the past with authoritative writings. The Sibylline oracles and the Enoch literature and so on and so forth. And the Chaldean oracles are one such group of kind of late traditions that were trying to become more authoritative by claiming to be of great antiquity. It's been a while since I've read the Chaldean oracles, but I think they're kind of late. Don't they have some Gnostic content, or is it more Zoroastrian?
There's some Zoroastrian stuff in there, and it's very dualist. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to read.
Yeah. So that.
What do you think are the most interesting, most powerful parallels between Plato's works and the Torah that you can think of?
Well, one of the striking features is that Plato advocated a system of 12 tribes for the ideal nation. You don't have a 12-tribe system anywhere in the ancient Near East, but it's all over the Greek world because they would rotate duties from one tribe to the next throughout the year. So there were a number of Greek city-states that were organized with either 6 or 12 tribes. That's one. Another really major one is that Plato advocated a theocratic form of government, and in support of this rule by the gods, he said that a nation should take their law codes and convince the citizenry that they were ancient and divine and had never been changed since the dawn of time, which is what we see in the Torah. But Plato also said that you should create a whole national literature in support of that whole divine government, so that everyone in the country would only have that approved holy set of texts that's all they could read. Their whole educational system was based on it, and therefore they would all adopt that worldview. So basically, Plato invented the idea of a Bible, a national literature. And that is one of the most striking things. You don't see that anywhere in the ancient Near East. You don't see that anywhere in the Greek world. It's only in Plato. And hence the title of my book, Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible.
What do you think about people that try to say that they try to defend the Torah predating Plato, and they say, well, don't we have some fragments of the little itty bitty fragments of the Torah with some verses, maybe from Numbers, maybe a couple of scraps of Exodus somewhere hundreds of years earlier, and even some will even go as far as saying, well, what about the discovery that Dr. Scott Stripling made at Mount Ebal about the curses of Yahweh? That's that dates to the late 2nd millennium BCE. So what do you think of all of that?
Well, there are what they call the silver amulets from Ketef Hinnom that Gabriel Barkay discovered. And they're from about 600 BC. And they contain very strong parallel to the priestly blessing in the book of Numbers. But as Barkay himself said, the amulet, the formula there is clearly an oral formula, and it doesn't point to the existence of a written text at that time. I met Barkay in Jerusalem, by the way, a great guy. But so there's one example where you do have an older parallel, but not in written form. You also have in the Elephantine papyri, you have references to the spring festival of, the days of unleavened bread, but not from a written text. And in the so-called Passover letter from Elephantine, it describes how to observe the Passover. That week is on the proper date. The customs are basically the same, but there's no Moses and no Exodus, none of the material that you find in the Bible. So you have a lot of echoes. I mean, religion is very conservative. You can have religious traditions that are preserved over 1,000 years time or more in oral form, but not necessarily written form. So you have to distinguish between what we have in writing and the ancient traditions. Sure, there are lots of ancient traditions predating the Torah, but they weren't written down. At least there's no evidence of that.
So what you're saying is it was largely oral, and then it only started getting written down way later in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. a lot of the Psalms, which don't reference the Exodus or Moses or any of those late, what I would call late traditions, they may have predated the Torah. They might be quite old. Um, so religion tends to be very conservative. And you see a lot preserved there.
If I remember correctly, you say that the Septuagint and the Hebrew version of it, or the Hebrew Bible, they were composed simultaneously in the 3rd century BCE. Do you think that the two texts were identical, or could they have been originally vastly different from one another and only became more identical later?
I think that when we're talking about the Septuagint, we're talking specifically about the first 5 books,
right?
Of the Pentateuch, and according to the Septuagint studies is a big field, and there's been a lot of detailed studies, and all the studies have shown that the Septuagint is a very wooden, literal translation. So whatever they were copying exactly. Like a lot of the puns in Hebrew, they don't really come across. So no. So I think that the two texts were basically identical. They didn't converge later. Interestingly, my latest book on Plato's Timaeus shows that so Plato's Timaeus has long been accepted as a source for the Septuagint translation of Genesis 1, because some of the Greek phrasing really comes from Timaeus, which was Plato's creation account. But my book shows that Timaeus also was strongly influenced throughout Genesis 1 through 3. So it really shows that there's an identity between the underlying Hebrew and the Greek, and also Plato, that they all tell the same story.
I know that you also point out additional parallels between Plato and the Book of Genesis, in the more detailed parallels with the creation accounts. Could you talk about that?
Yeah. My latest book, which has just come out on May 3rd, it breaks a lot of new ground. Traditionally, the Genesis 1 has been considered a priestly creation account. Genesis 2 through 3 has been considered an earlier Yahwistic creation account. 2 different stories created at 2 different times. So my latest book is going to show, though, that the 2 were contemporary and they both drew directly on Plato's Timaeus. Timaeus had basically 2 creation stories. In the start of Timaeus, this astronomer and philosopher named Timaeus is telling Socrates about his theories on how the world was created. He said there was a craftsman who created, a perfect world out of a pre-existing chaos, and he fashioned the sun in the sky, and this. Anyway, there's very extensive parallels between that creation account by the perfect, divine, monotheistic creator at the dawn of the universe, and Genesis 1 and Timaeus. But then Plato goes on to narrate basically a second creation story, because this cosmic monotheistic creator, everything he created was eternal and perfect and good, just wonderful, just by nature, because he couldn't create anything different because he was so wonderful. So there was a problem. Humans are not immortal. They are capable of wickedness. And so Plato couldn't have his divine creator creating humans. So this demiurge, this craftsman or creator, he delegated that to his sons and daughters. He said they were going to have the task of creating mortal life, because if they did it instead of him, then then these creatures could die, they could make mistakes. So he had basically his creation story was in two parts: the perfect creation of the cosmos, which very closely corresponds to Genesis 1, and then the creation of mortal life on Earth, which very closely corresponds to Genesis 2, and so on and so forth, and the sons of God in Genesis. So the God of Genesis 2 is not the creator God of Genesis 1. He's a dinky mortal God. He lives down in Eden. He's not omniscient. He doesn't, he has to ask Adam, what's going on here? How come you guys are hiding? He asked Canaan, where's Abel? He's not omniscient. He's not all powerful. He's located on the earth, much like the other sons of God in Genesis 6, verses 1 through 4. So you have, and this is very radical. This is very new cutting edge research that I'm doing. So you have a cosmic creator in Genesis 1, and then you have these sons of God in the rest of Genesis that are of a totally different order. And Yahweh was not the cosmic God of creation. He's a dinky national God, the patron God of the Jews and Israelites. But he was not initially conceived of as all-powerful, all-knowing, cosmic, so on and so forth. So it breaks a lot of ground, and and I hope that it's widely read. No one has put that obvious thesis forward before.
What do you think about Baruch Halpern when he suggested that First Samuel and the Dead Sea Scrolls is closer to the Septuagint than the Hebrew Bible? Would you say that would be additional evidence, kind of reinforcing that the dating, the late dating for the Torah?
Well, yeah, I mean Samuel. That's a later book in the Greek Old Testament, so it doesn't really support the date or circumstances of the creation of the Pentateuch. But I think Davila, in his series on the discoveries in the Judean desert, which is the Dead Sea Scrolls, he pointed out that there's a small fragment from Genesis 1 that they discovered that is closer to the Septuagint than it is to the Masoretic text of the Hebrew Bible. So this was strong evidence that there was a version of these biblical books and the Pentateuch in specific that was circulating, that the Septuagint translated that was different and earlier than the Masoretic text that we're all used to. And that's kind of a standard result or conclusion now in Septuagint studies, that there's the Masoretic text, of the King James Version or whatever, and then there was some other version circulating that was a little bit older that they made the Septuagint translation from.
Would you connect Pandora opening the Pandora's box and releasing evil upon the earth? Would you connect that with Eve and the serpent and the book of Genesis? Or is there other Hellenistic parallels you had in mind with the fall of man?
Yeah, there's a number of parallels. Certainly, Pandora was one of the parallels that was used. Plato talked about the knowledge of good and evil in several of his dialogues, and he talked about how people can possess the knowledge of good and evil, and yet their passions, their appetites, their sexual drive, or wanting, seeing something beautiful, that can overcome their awareness of the difference between good and evil, and so that you can do a person with all the knowledge in the world can do a bad thing. So that is a strong theme in that story. Another Platonic element is in the book of Timaeus. Sex was compared to, he used the metaphor of eating the fruit of the tree, because the woman hungered for the produce of the man. So he uses that specific metaphor. But certainly the Pandora story, that's one element. And but there are several different strands that enter into it.
In the book of Isaiah, when it talks about the fall of the morning star, would you connect that to Theophon being because he
got too close to the sun?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, just not too long ago, they discovered a fragment, I think of Callisthenes, who's a Greek poet, that talks about the myth of Phaethon, who he had these wings of wax. He flew up too high to the sky and they melted, and he plunged to the earth. That's the Greek myth. But the language in this new fragment that they've discovered is very, very close to Isaiah. And scholars have remarked on it. They're very puzzled by it. But I think it's a strong possibility that that passage in Isaiah was using, I think it's Callisthenes. Anyway, 3rd century Greek poet. There does seem to be a strong connection there.
I know that you compare the book of Exodus to Manifu, and what's interesting about Manifu is that for anyone that wants to read Manifu, at least what we have of him, Manifu doesn't appear to ever mention the Torah. When Josephus cites Manifu, he never makes mention of Manifu mentioning the Torah. And when they were writing the book of Exodus, which you say utilized Manifu, was Manifu? Do you think they viewed Manifu as like, okay, we're going to use this guy as a proto draft for the book of Exodus? Do you think they looked at it that way, or from a different angle?
Well, I think the Exodus story drew on two sources.
Okay.
A little bit earlier than Manetho was a Greek writer named Hecataeus of Abdera.
Okay.
And he visited Alexandria during the reign of the first king, Ptolemy the First Soter, or Lagus. And he wrote a book called the Egyptica, or the History of Egypt, that explained about this new Egyptian realm that the Ptolemies were going to rule, their history, their customs, all sorts of stuff. And included in that was a foundation story that contains the first mention in any language of a figure called Moses. And in this typical Greek foundation story, he says that Moses was an Egyptian nobleman, and that since Egypt was overpopulated, they led an expedition to what's now the land of Judea, which was entirely unpopulated at the time, and that this Moses established Jerusalem as its capital, built its temple, created its constitution and laws and, things like that. So it's a typical Greek colony or foundation story. And it has Judea being founded from Egypt under the leadership of a fellow named Moses. But other than that, all the other details are widely divergent from the biblical account. It does draw on Plato's laws, interestingly, and has Moses found a nation with 12 tribes, like Plato advocated. But so anyway, you have this Hecataeus of Abdera. He basically gives the outline of the Exodus story. So the biblical authors use that. But Manetho, he wrote about 285 BC, 3 or 4 decades later. We know that he knew Hecataeus of Abdera. So in Josephus, Manetho has these two stories about how wicked Asiatics were expelled from Egypt into the land of Judea. First, there were the Hyksos, the shepherd kings, who were terrible. They overthrew the Egyptian gods and religions, and finally they were overthrown, and they went to Judea and founded Jerusalem and its temple. And then later on, they came back. They were invited back by Osarseph, who was a priest of Seth Typhon, the Asiatic god of chaos and destruction. And it was the same history repeating itself. Eventually, they were repelled or expelled back into Judea. So it's like a second Exodus account. Both of them have a lot of parallels to the biblical account. And the biblical account seems to be aware of those two stories in Manetho. And the thing is, Manetho says that in that second story, that Osarseph, the wicked Egyptian priest, who led these lepers and Hyksos into Judea, that some people said that he was the same as that Jewish figure called Moses. That wasn't part of Manetho's original story, but some people in that time were saying that Moses was that bad guy. So the Exodus takes Manetho into account, but is responding to those negative slanders in Manetho. Exodus says, the Israelites, the shepherds from Goshen, they didn't oppress the Egyptians like Manetho said. They were oppressed by the Egyptians, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of defensive. They flip a lot of Manetho to come out with their own story that's more positive towards Moses and the original people from Egypt who colonized Judea. So it really copies Hecataeus of Abdea, but it also defends itself against Manetho. But it comes after both of them, in my opinion.
What do you think of Josephus's claim in Against Apion that when he read Manetho, he interpreted the history as if the Hyksos and the Jewish people are the same people? He said that the Hyksos were the forefathers of the Jewish people.
Yeah, it's understandable that he would say so. They were shepherd kings, and the biblical account says that the children of Israel living in the land of Goshen, they were placed there because they were shepherds. They had sheep, and the Egyptians didn't like sheep. The Exodus story borrowed several elements from Manetho. So Josephus, reading both of them side by side, would say, there's a lot of connections. between one and the other. So that's understandable that he would create a link. But, and some people say that the biblical Exodus account is it's a historical memory of the Hyksos. But you have a lot of advocates for that. But I would say that really the biblical Exodus story is a reaction to Manetho's literary account. It doesn't really contain any historical memories at all, but it's responding to early literature. I mean, the people of Israel and Judea, they were autochthonous. They were earthborn. They lived there forever. They didn't come from Egypt. They didn't come from Babylonia. They were basically the local Canaanites who developed into the Jews and the Samaritans or Israelites. There was no exodus from anywhere, but they created these exodus stories in response to Manetho and other things that they read at a late date.
Do you think that Hecataeus's version of Moses, given that in this scenario he would be the earliest source ever mentioning somebody called Moses, do you think his version of it is historical or could be historical?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, he had a whole section in his Egyptiaca, his history of Egypt, that dealt with all sorts of stories of the Egyptians. According to him, they colonized the whole world. They colonized Greece. Sesostris went up to the Black Sea and colonized the kingdom of Colchis. He told one story that was preserved of how Belus, Belus, he led a colonizing expedition from Egypt to Babylonia. And he founded their priesthood and their laws and all of their customs. Well, we know who Belus is. That's Bel Marduk. That's the god Marduk. And that's not based on history. That's just another one of these exaggerated Egyptian claims. For the case of Judea, there was the Egyptians really had a better case for them than a lot of their claims to have invented culture throughout the whole world, because both the Egyptians and the Judeans and Phoenicians along the coast, they all practiced circumcision. So in Hecataeus, you read the claims that they learned circumcision from the Egyptians. So, at least there was a little bit of evidence to support that foundation myth.
What do you think the point was for Hecataeus to write this fictional history? What do you think his agenda was?
Well, he was repeating a lot of stories of the Egyptian priests. The priests, they drew connections between Egypt and all sorts of places around the world. They said that their gods were basically the same gods as the Greeks, but by different names, which I can understand why they would make that claim, because there was a Greek trading colony at Nitocris on the Egyptian Delta, couple of Greek trading colonies, and they lived there, and they kind of merged their gods with the Egyptian gods. You see that in Herodotus and a lot of places. So because of this religious syncretism, the Egyptians said our civilization is connected to all these other places around the world. And you also have to understand, at that time, Egypt had fallen. It had been conquered by Darius the Persian and Cambyses, and then Alexandria the Great, and they were under Greek rule. And so the Egyptians, like the Babylonians and different peoples, they created this glorious vision of how wonderful their civilization was in the past, greater than their Greek conquerors. You get that in the history of Babylon by Berosus, the Indica by Megasthenes, as the history of Egypt, and the Jewish literature too. They claim to have invented a lot of things. They were a conquered people, but there's been books that have shown that in the early Hellenistic era, all these conquered nations resurrected their past in great and glorious detail to kind of get a little bit of national pride out of being subjected, ruled, conquered peoples. And so they wanted to point out all their grand accomplishments of the past. And that's part of the motivation for these stories about how Egypt colonized the whole world.
Earlier about the Septuagint book of Genesis. In Genesis, I think it was Genesis 1, you were saying, is copying in some cases the exact phraseology in Plato. Does a lot of that happen? Is there a lot of places in the Torah where it does that, where it copies the sentences either nearly verbatim or verbatim?
It's most prominent in Genesis 1,
okay,
and then to a lesser extent in Genesis 2 and 3. But I think in Genesis 1, and I argue this in my new book, that in this one instance at least, these very educated Judean and Samaritan scholars who had studied Plato, who created their own story about the origins of the universe based on Plato. And they were philosophically very well read, highly educated. In this one case, in Genesis 1 at least, it appears that the actual authors were translators as well. Because some of the phrasing in Genesis 1, especially in Genesis 1 verse 2, where the world was without form and void, in the Septuagint, the Greek for that really comes comes right out of Timaeus. It comes out of Plato's writings. And all Septuagint scholars accept that it was influenced by Timaeus. So in this case, you have the authors who had read Timaeus and who had written their account in Hebrew based on Timaeus. They also were directly involved in the translation and used some of those phrases that they had originally read in Greek and kind of translated into Hebrew for the books of Genesis. They kind of reverted back to the original language of Timaeus in their translation. So I see the authors most directly involved in the translation at the start of Genesis, especially. Not so much throughout the rest of the Pentateuch.
So so when Plato talks about the divine craftsman, the book of Genesis, when it talks about that man being created from clay, it kind of reminds me of Prometheus.
Yeah.
When he creates man from clay. But in the Mesopotamian creation myths, they also have that going too. They have their own versions of man being created by clay. So what I wanted to ask you is, do you think that the Prometheus myth or the Mesopotamian version of those myths influenced the book of Genesis more, or is the book of Genesis compiling them together?
Yeah, it draws on a lot of Mesopotamian as well as Greek sources. I think Prometheus is a lot more prominent in in Genesis 2, as you say, creating man out of clay. But to me, it says that, he also says that man was fashioned out of earth and fire and water, and that when he died, he would go back to those elements, which you also see in Genesis. From the ground you were created, and you will go back to it when you die. That's a bit of Plato there, but yes, I think that definitely was informed by the Prometheus myth. There seems to be some Prometheus 2 where at the end of Genesis 3 and humans are expelled from the garden, and God seems to be providing them with some elementary technology. They're going to have to go and till the soil. He teaches them how to make clothing out of skins. And Prometheus taught humankind all the arts necessary for their survival, since they were naked and subject to cold and heat, and so there's Prometheus at the end of Genesis 3 as well, and also Prometheus is part of the Pandora story. So the authors definitely knew Hesiod and the Prometheus tale. But there's also a lot of Mesopotamian material, especially in Genesis 4 through 9, with 10 long-lived generations before the flood, and the flood story itself, which comes from the Gilgamesh epic. So yeah, it's very eclectic. I can identify almost a dozen different sources that were used.
All right. I remember that you were saying something about Ptolemy. I think it was Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, that they wanted to hide that they were talking about him in a certain critical way, so they had to misspell something involving the Greek or Hebrew equivalent of the word rabbit.
Yeah.
Could you talk about that to the audience?
Oh, sure. That's one of the arguments for the date of the Septuagint.
Okay.
The first Ptolemy, he was called Ptolemy Lagus. He was a legate. He was the descendant from, I guess, some guy named Lagus, which means rabbit in. And then after he saved the island of Rhodes, his name kind of changed to Ptolemy I Soter, which means the savior. But some people still refer to him as a legate, as a rabbit. While the rabbits in Greek tradition, well, I guess in most traditions, they're pretty promiscuous. They're very famous for their sexual exploits, I guess. Anyway, they were used, that was their reputation in Greek literature, and some people kind of, who were critics of Ptolemy I Soter and Ptolemy II, they would bring up this whole rabbit thing. Especially since Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, he married his sister, according to Egyptian custom. And so critics, some people devising witty epigrams, they would bring up this whole rabbit thing. Well, when the Septuagint translation was made, they avoided that translation of the word rabbit as Lagus, because it would be insulting to the Ptolemaic kings. And and that helps date when the Septuagint was created in under Ptolemy II, Philadelphus. I talked about it a bit in my book on Berosus and Genesis. But other scholars have also cited that as an argument for the date of the Septuagint.
And that would fit in with the records, like the letter of Aristeas, the Talmud, and Josephus, saying that it was Ptolemy II that commissioned the Septuagint, not Ptolemy I.
Yeah. Yes. Which Aristobulus, the author of Pseudo-Aristeas, the letter of Aristeas, he could have gotten that from the library catalog, the Great Library of Alexandria, or the manuscript tag of the Septuagint. They invented library science in Alexandria under Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, a gentleman named Callimachus. He invented basically the card catalog. And those entries listed the author, the date, where a book was written, how many lines the book had. So that would have listed Ptolemy II as, that it was created during that time. And then Aristobulus, who wrote around 150 BC, he could have drawn on that in order to create a temporal setting for his story. Because the manuscript says it was written under Ptolemy II, evidently.
He has a question for you, Russell. His question is, what do you think of Plato's noble lie in the Republic? That it is sometimes beneficial to tell people that the sky is father and earth is mother.
Well, the sky is father and earth is mother. Plato doesn't refer to that story in particular, but the noble lie is very interesting. Plato says that, rulers get to lie to the people. They get to be liars. The noble lie, as he described it, he said, sometimes it's permitted for the ruling class to make up stories about the distant past. They take place before we have any records, so you can't tell if it's true or false. You can't verify it one way or the other. And it's very much like Greek tragedy, where it would set these stories, Aeschylus and Euripides and whatever. They put on these plays that were set in the distant past, feature gods and rulers from legend, and they make up a bunch of stuff, and it was acceptable. It was noble. It was entertainment. Anyway, Plato said, if you tell a story that's set in the distant past, and if it portrays the gods in a positive light, then such a story, even though it's technically a lie, can serve noble purposes. It can convey ethical truths more effectively than the truth. So he said rulers, not regular people. If regular people lie, they get executed. But the rulers, they get a pass. They can create stories about the past that serve the national interests. In Republic, he particularly talked about the myth of the four metals. He said that when Athens was founded, the gods Athena and Hephaestus, they created the first Athenians out of the ground, like Prometheus, right out of the ground. And he said that they were created in four different races or people. One of them had a golden soul. They were the ruling class. They were the guardians. Another had a silver. They had the metal, physical metal silver built into their soul. And they were the warrior class. And then the brass and iron, they were like the farmers and craftsmen. So in this noble lie, he said that, Athenians should be made to believe this story that he's just making up right there on the spot. so that they will accept that their rulers are a different breed with this divine golden soul, that they're destined to be caretakers for the rest of us. And then he repeated the noble lie in Timaeus and Critias, where he said that the ancient Athenians, they from the very start, the gods founded their nation with the ruling class and this and that. So it's a foundation myth that he said the rulers could legitimately and ought to create to promote a citizenry that's obedient and pliant and will accept their rulers. And it's good for the country if everybody, if the people are sheep. I mean, he literally uses the sheep metaphor over and over again. So yeah, Plato was big on the noble lie, and really the foundation story in the Bible is an example of the noble lie, or noble fiction, we can call it. This great story set in the past where you can't really verify it, but it served ethical and theological purposes. Very Platonic.
When looking at the Masoretic text, the Masoretic version of the Tanakh, the Old Testament, and comparing that to the Septuagint, the question that I have regarding that is, do you think, what do you think about the differences between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint? Do you think there's a lot more differences than people realize, or do you really think that it's mostly the same? And I ask this question because do you think the Septuagint, in a sense, is more the at least implying a little bit more polytheistic in the way it can be read, than the Masoretic text, which is argued to be more monotheistic?
Well, textual critics who study all the different families of Hebrew texts, they distinguish between the Masoretic text and the Proto-Septuagint text, and there's a few differences. I think they're fairly minor. Sometimes the Septuagint preserves passages that have disappeared out of the Masoretic text, including in Genesis, 1 through 3. So you really have to compare all the different varieties you have to try and reconstruct what the original text looked like. But I would not say that the Septuagint was more polytheistic.
Okay.
You have polytheism throughout the whole Pentateuch. But in Genesis, in line with Plato's philosophy, all the gods running around on earth, they were all good. The gods in Genesis 1:26, they decide to make humans in their image, male and female. The sons of God, they marry these beautiful women and have noble, gigantic offspring. The Masoretic text, as well as the Septuagint, they don't portray that as negative in any way. And actually, throughout the whole book of Genesis, nothing bad is said about any of the gods. They all have their different realms on earth. They all get along. They all play nice, like Plato said. Plato said that the divine realm is completely good. And all the gods get along. There's no strife. He says specifically the gods are not jealous. There's no jealousy among the gods. And that continues throughout Genesis. When you get to Exodus to Joshua, it's a different story. Then you have monolatry, where ethics is redefined as worshiping one God only and attacking every other god. All the other gods are bad. All of their cults are evil. um, all of the adherents of other gods within the land of Judea and Israel, the promised land, they're to be exterminated or enslaved. Um, so once you get into Exodus, then you have this strict monolatry where Yahweh is the only God to be worshipped. But that's not present in Genesis in either the Masoretic or Septuagint text. It really shows that there were two different sets of authors at work, and Genesis is more philosophical, in line with Plato's philosophy, and the rest of the Pentateuch, the temple authorities and national leaders, they weren't going to have this thing where all the gods are okay. It was a change in tone. But it doesn't have to do with MT versus LXX. It's two different sets of authors that work with different agendas, in my opinion. I discuss this a lot in my latest book.
Mm. So, final question: when you look at the 5 books that comprise the Torah,
Mm-hmm.
so you say that they were written simultaneously, but in a somewhat similar scenario, you do think that they were compressing older Jewish oral traditions that, in that sense, is somewhat similar to the documentary hypothesis. Could you explain to the audience the advantages of concluding in that way that the documentary hypothesis does not have the advantage in?
Yeah, the documentary hypothesis detects a number of different voices in the Pentateuch, mostly in Genesis. There's the Yahwist who preferred to call the God, Yahweh. There's the Elohist or E, which preferred the term Elohim. The priestly source also used Elohim, but it did its own priestly thing. And the Deuteronomist was a separate deal. So the documentary hypothesis is very good in identifying characteristics of these 3 different sources, or 4 different sources. But one thing that the documentary hypothesis always had, which was just a naked assumption, is that these different authors, J, E, D, and P, that they all wrote it centuries apart, different versions. J was first, and then E came along. E didn't kick out J; he just added to J, and then the Deuteronomist came in, and then the priestly source. He didn't, even though he disagreed with the other sources, he didn't overwrite them. He just added on. So I really accept most of the arguments that there are all these different voices at work, but I see them as multiple authors that are contemporary. They're at Alexandria. There's, the legend said there were up to 70 of them. I don't think there were 70, but there were a few, and they all had competing agendas, but they all collaborated on the creation of this text.
Yeah.
And these different sources, they're intertwined. Sometimes J uses E and E uses J. J uses P and P uses J, so on and so forth, which drives the biblical critics crazy because none of them agree as to which came first because they're all using each other. So the advantage of my scenario is, or hypothesis, is that they were all contemporary.
Right.
Sometimes 2 of them would combine efforts on the same biblical passage, or sometimes they'd use one and then the other and back and forth, and really makes a lot more sense of the data, I think.